American League Championship.
This is Angels Warm-Up. Get into the game with the latest news from your Anaheim Angels and Major League Baseball.
High fly ball that's lifted deep out there in the left center field. Bernie Williams back. It is out of here. Sean Wood.
Now, let's go out to the ballpark and welcome the voices of your Anaheim Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at the Metrodome in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Hey, we're happy to have you with us, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus, along with Terry Smith. And tonight, the American League Championship Series begins. A best-of-7 series between the Anaheim Angels and the Minnesota Twins. The Angels, fresh off of beating the New York Yankees. The Twins upset the Oakland Athletics. Some baseball people, a lot of people in general, thought neither team would be here. But here they are, and the winner of this series will go on to the World Series. 4 more wins for either the Angels or the Twins, and they'll be in the October Fall Classic. But first, these 4 games, you have to win 4 games, so it's 4 out of 7 here. Kevin Appier for the Angels tonight, and Joe Mays going for the Twins. Mays was only 4-8 during the regular season, but he was injured for much of the season and actually pitched some very good games down the stretch. Appier 14-12 on the season. He, too, has been pitching well. He pitched 5 gutsy innings in the series against the New York Yankees. So it's game 1 in front of a sold-out Metrodome, a tough place to play. 55,000-plus screaming fans here, all waving Homer hankies tonight. And if that's not difficult enough, it's hard to see at times when you look up into that white roof trying to pick out a pop fly or a fly ball. David Eckstein knows all about that.
Only one of the finest pitchers that has ever pitched in the major leagues.
And we'll get to David Eckstein in just a moment as the Angels and Twins about to play game 1 of this series here at the Metrodome in Minneapolis. The Angels came in here yesterday. They had a workout yesterday, and they should be used to the Metrodome by now, you would think. And now let's hear from David Eckstein.
The pop flights here are definitely going to be tough, especially with the lighting of the roof and with the noise. If anybody's seen us play, Troy and I, if Troy wants to catch the ball, he just puts his hand out and touches me, so I know he has it. So it's one of the things that we do. But we definitely can't take our eyes off it, and it's going to be something that we're going to have to deal with. It's going to be tough, but hopefully we'll get it done.
It did come into play the last time the Angels were here. Benji Gill lost a couple of pop flies in that roof, and it can be very, very difficult. Also, there was a ball that hit the speaker, hit one of the speakers that one of the Angels hit foul, and Eddie Guardado, the Twins relief pitcher, raced off the mound, dove, and caught it in foul ground. If the ball hits the speaker, it's in play. Wherever it comes down, that's where it comes down, and it's a live ball. So some unusual things have been known to happen in the Metrodome. But this is game 1. Both teams are confident. Both teams are happy to be here and excited and ready to go. Should be a great series and a great ball game tonight. When we come back, we'll visit with Mike Scioscia. That's coming up on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. In just a few minutes, I'll be out on the field. But before I go, I want you to take a minute to think about how much more you'd enjoy this game if you were watching it on an amazing surround sound TV or listening to it on the latest souped-up car stereo system. If you want those things, then go where I go, to the good guys. They know more about electronics than I know about baseball. And don't worry, just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low-price guarantee. Go to goodguys.com for a location near you. Good guys, better stuff.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to the showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiacs. $60.67 per month for $1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Metrodome. The guest tonight before the opening game of this American League Championship Series is Angels manager Mike Scioscia. And, Mike, before we get into this game and the matchup against the Twins, I got to ask you about the first series, the ALDS against the Yankees. And I guess you really have to feel very proud with the way the team responded.
Well, I think we're happy about where, I think where our club, brought the important pieces of our game. I think if you go into Yankee Stadium, you can bring your game into Yankee Stadium. You can bring it anywhere. Well, these guys weren't intimidated by any situation. They came out here and played the style of baseball that got us here, Terry. And I think that just speaks volumes for the character of our club, and it's something we're going to have to definitely do in this series also.
Let's talk about the Twins. A lot of people are saying the Angels and Twins are very similar style of play, good defensive teams, teams that don't have a whole lot of superstars. What's your take on Minnesota?
Well, I think they're a deep club. They're a talented club. They use their whole roster, and I think Ron Gardenhire fits in the pieces, as well as any club in baseball. And those guys, they're a force. They had a tremendous season. They had a lot of wins, and they backed off a little at the end to give some of their guys a rest. But these guys are championship caliber, obviously, and they've got a very, very formidable bullpen. A lot of tough lefties down there. It'll be a challenge for us, no doubt about it.
How impressed were you with the way they came back against Oakland, forced that to a Game 5, and then won the Game 5 in Oakland?
Well, I think it was. I think it was not that it was unexpected because that team's got a lot of character. The Twins have a lot of heart, a lot of character, and you can see that when it came down to executing, they did a great job. I think just the fact that they've gotten this far shows that it's not a fluke. We had a lot of tough games with them during the season, and for them to come back against Oakland, it wasn't a surprise to us. Those guys, they put the pieces together, and they can shut you down if they have to.
Mike, with the American League Championship Series being a 7-game series, do you plan to go with a 4-man starting rotation?
We're going to go with 4 men. We're going to start with Kevin Appier, and then we'll go to Ramon Ortiz, and Jared Washburn can come back after the day off, and then John Lackey will be inserted. So I feel very good with those 4 guys, and I think we're going to get good games from them, and it's going to be a key to this series.
I wanted to ask you about Jared because he pitched Game 1 and Game 4 for you against the Yankees. You mentioned you'll use him in Game 3 of this series. What about beyond that? I know you'd like to get him in 2 starts, obviously, in this series.
Yeah, we would, and I think as we move down, we can see how the series is going and see where he would fit in. But I think we still going to have the opportunity, hopefully, to get him in 2 games. It's just that right now, obviously, if you had your druthers, you'd like to give him the ball the first day. We're not going to be able to do that. The second day, I think, is still pushing it. It would be good for him to have the day off to really catch his breath and then come back in Game 3, and then definitely we'll look and see where we are in Game 6 or 7.
Chatting with Angels manager Mike Scioscia before the opening game of this best-of-7 series, the American League Championship Series. I've got to ask you, Mike, the way the team hit in the ALDS against the Yankees, was that maybe the biggest surprise to you from the overall play of this club in the first round of the playoffs?
Well, I think in some regards, Terry, we brought the same game in, ran the bases aggressively. I thought we had good situational hitting. I think the number of hits we got against an incredibly talented staff, not that it was a surprise, but it was definitely something you would not have expected. And I think that we have the capabilities to do it. Our guys put it together. Great situational hitting, as we talked about. That was obviously something you don't see very often in the playoffs, is to have that kind of offensive explosion. But I think especially against a club, as veteran as the Yankees are and as talented as they are on the pitching side.
I want to talk to you about playing baseball here at the Metrodome. There are obviously some elements you have to deal with. The noise, you have to deal with the ceiling, and also certainly the slick AstroTurf here.
Yeah, I think there are some elements here, obviously, you have to deal with. We played 6 games here already this year. There's some challenges, but our guys will be okay. There's obviously a challenge in communication. There's a challenge in not being able to take your eye off the ball because of little depth problems here with the roof. But we've experienced it before. I think these guys will fare well with doing that.
Mike, let's talk about the pitching matchup tonight. Kevin Appier goes for the Angels. He pitched in Game 2 for you in New York. The Angels won that ball game. Kevin had to gut it out for you in that game, and nothing, I guess, out of the ordinary as far as Appier, a guy that always seems to battle out there.
Well, Kevin's going to bring his game. Kevin's going to bring the game, no matter if it's a spring training game or it's early in the season or spring training game. I mean, or a playoff game. And I think that's really what we like about him in this scenario, because he's not going to be intimidated. He's going to make his pitches. He knows what he needs to do, and if he can make his pitches, he's going to have success.
Joe Mays will go for the Twins here tonight. You didn't face him during the regular season. He's had some elbow problems. He was roughed up in his only start in their series against Oakland, but a guy that obviously in the past has had a great deal of success, and I know Ron Gardenhire is certainly very confident with him.
Well, we didn't see Joe Mays this year. He was banged up a little bit, but when he's come back and has done a terrific job for them, and just the fact he's getting the ball in game one speaks volumes for the confidence they have in him. He's always pitched tough against us, so that's just another challenge as we talked about that we're going to have to keep plugging away.
All right, Mike, good luck tonight, and we'll talk to you shortly after the ballgame.
Thank you, Terry.
Angels manager Mike Socia, and we'll continue with more from the Metrodome in just a moment here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet,
Wow.
A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
Nah, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, that's too bad, because, see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels making the postseason, they're selling their classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard, only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Metrodome here in Minneapolis. Terry Smith with you, and it's time for the starting pitchers report. It's brought to you by M-Life from AT&T Wireless. First up for the hometown Minnesota Twins in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, they will be sending to the mound 26-year-old right-hander Joe Mays. He's battled some injury problems this season. He had elbow problems. He had a strained forearm. And during the regular season for Minnesota, he pitched only 95-plus innings. He was 4-8 during the regular season in 17 starts. He had a high earned run average of 5.38, and he was roughed up in his only appearance in the ALDS against the Oakland Athletics. His start against Oakland was last Wednesday, and he took the loss in a 9-1 victory for the Oakland A's. In that start against Oakland, Mays went 3 2/3 innings. He gave up 9 hits and 6 runs. They were all earned. He walked a couple, struck out one. He gave up a 3-run homer in the first inning of that ball game to Eric Chavez of Oakland. And again, that was his only postseason appearance for Minnesota in the American League Division Series. So he's 0-1 this postseason with a high earned run average of 14.73. During the regular season, opposing hitters batted .292 against Joe Mays. It's a guy that likes to keep the batters off balance. He'll throw the sinker. He has a slider, also a curve and a changeup. The last season, when he was healthy with Minnesota, he was a pitcher who put some good numbers on the board for the Twins. He was 17-13 last year, had a 3.16 ERA, and he was third in the American League last season in earned run average, also starts and innings pitched. But again, he's had an injury-plagued 2002 season, and certainly Ron Gardenhire, the manager for Minnesota, hoping that a lot better Joe Mays shows up here tonight
against the Angels in the opening game of this American League Championship Series. Against the Halos lifetime, he has a record of 1 win, 3 losses, a 3.42 earned run average. That's in 4 career starts. The last time he faced the Angels, and he did not pitch against the Angels this year in the regular season, his last outing was a game back on the 30th of May of last year at Edison Field, and in that start, Mays threw a 5-hit shutout against the Angels. So he has had some success against the Halos in the past. That victory, though, in his last start against the Angels well over a year ago is the only time that he has beaten the Angels in 4 career appearances. He's a guy that seems to pitch better for whatever reason here at the Metrodome. This year he was 2-2 at the Metrodome with a 4.21 ERA. That was in 8 starts. And on the road this season in 9 starts, he was 2-6 with an ERA of 5.75. So Joe Mays, who lifetime with the Twins has a record of 34 wins, 47 losses, and a 4.38 earned run average, he'll get the baseball tonight. And Angels bench coach Joe Madden has this scouting report on Twins starter Joe Mays.
Joe Mays, fastball velocity into the low 90s. He can sink it with a 2-seamer. He can throw a 4-seamer that may run or cut a little bit. He's got a pretty good slider. He has a curveball, and he's got a pretty good straight changeup also. We have not seen him this year, so we're working off last year's reports in regard to seeing him physically. Of course, we have reports coming from our advanced scouts in regard to this series. With him, we just really don't know what to expect. I know Oakland got him a little bit the other day, but he does have very, very good stuff, and this is a guy that was very, very hot last year also when he was pitching well. The other thing he presents, he's pretty quick to the plate, so he's like 1-2 to 1-3 delivery time to home plate, so he can be routed quick, and he's also a pretty good fielder. So he presents those kind of problems to our running game also. He's a good opponent. We just don't know entirely what to expect. He's a veteran pitcher. He knows what he's doing out there. You're always looking for something off speed with this guy, and he throws the fastball right by you. You have to be very careful with him. He's capable of riding an 88-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone, or 89, that's hard to get to. He does have a very good curveball. He also has a very good straight changeup. The big thing with him, though, is this guy really is a pitcher, and you have to, I don't necessarily want to think along with him, but you can't just assume anything. He mixes his pitches very well, and he's a supreme competitor also. In regard to the running game, too, he's also very adept at controlling the running game, so he presents some problems there himself. Yeah, Milton.
So again, Joe Madden talking about the starting pitcher Joe Mays tonight for the Minnesota Twins. A couple of numbers to keep in mind tonight. Darren Erstad has had a great deal of success against Joe Mays in the past. Lifetime batting .462 against him with a couple of home runs. Benji Molina is 3 for 3 lifetime against Joe Mays. As far as some of the Angels hitters who have struggled against them over the last couple of seasons, David Eckstein, lifetime 0 for 4 against Mays. Adam Kennedy, lifetime 1 for 6 against Joe Mays. So he'll get the baseball again, 4-8 this season during the regular season, 0-1 so far in postseason play. On the hill for the Halos tonight will be 34-year-old right-hander Kevin Appier, 6'2", 200 pounds. Appier with a record of no wins, no losses, and a 5.40 ERA in postseason. When Kevin was on the mound for the Angels in his first postseason appearance as a Halo, that was a ball game last Wednesday, 6 days ago, at Yankee Stadium. And in that game, the Angels won it 8-6. That was Game 2 of the division series. In that start, though, Appier did not figure in the decision. He worked 5 innings, gave up 5 hits and 3 earned runs. He walked 3, and he also struck out 3. When he left that game, the Angels were leading it by a score of 4-3, and eventually won it by the tally of 8-6. So Kevin Appier, who during the regular season had a record of 14 wins, 12 losses, and 32 starts, and a 3.92 earned run average, will get ready to face the Twins for the 3rd time here in 2002. He faced them in back-to-back starts at the end of May and the beginning of June, and in both of those games, Appier was the losing pitcher. In both of those games, the Angels really didn't give him much run support, scoring 2 runs in each of those games. And the Angels lost the game at home to Minnesota 5-2 on the 26th of May. And then in Appier's next start on June the 1st, here at the Metrodome, Minnesota won that game by the score of 4-2. In both of those games, Appier didn't pitch that badly, but again, he was the losing pitcher in both of those games. His numbers against the Twins, 0-2 this year, 4.38 ERA, and lifetime 8-6 with 1 complete game and a 3.06 earned run average in 19 starts. As far as Kevin Appier down the stretch for the Angels, he struggled a bit. In the month of September, he was 1-3 with a 5.08 earned run average. But again, in some of those starts that he had down the stretch, the Angels just didn't score runs for him. In fact, in his last 4 starts, in which he was 0-3 with 1 no decision, the Angels scored 1 run in 2 of those 4 games and 3 runs in 1 of them. So again, he did not get a whole lot of run support down the stretch, and in the lone playoff game that he pitched for the Angels last Wednesday, the Halos did come away with the victory. Angels manager Mike Scioscia has more on Halos starter Kevin Appier.
Ape has been really solid, and I think it's good to see him get back on track. He's a guy that he started off lights out for us. Was a little fuzzy in the middle for 6 or 7, 8 starts. But I think he's back, and we're seeing the ball come out of his hand better, better location, his breaking ball a little sharper, a little crisper. This guy knows how to win.
So as far as some of those Minnesota batters who have had success against Appier in the past, well, you can look at Jock Jones, the very top of the order. He's 5 for 9 lifetime against Appier with a .556 batting average. Also, their catcher, A.J. Pierzynski, a .500 batting average lifetime against Appier. Some of the Twins who have struggled against Kevin in the past, they include the designated hitter, their cleanup man, David Ortiz. He's just 1 for 8 against Appier in his career. And Mankiewicz, their first baseman, has had only 1 hit in a couple of ball games against Kevin Appier in his career. So there's a scouting report on Appier, a record of 14-12 during the regular season. And again, he'll be opposed by Joe Mays, who was 4-8 this year in an injury-plagued season for Minnesota. Coming up next, we'll be back with the Cragen Out-of-Town scoreboard. We'll preview the first game of the National League Championship Series. It'll be tomorrow night. We'll also have the starting lineups for both teams. We'll have all the festivities from the Metrodome for Game 1 of the American League Championship Series as we continue right here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
4.9% isn't very much. If you were 4.9% certain you would lock the front door, you would go back and check it again. And if you could own a certified pre-owned Lexus and pay only 4.9% APR, you'd probably be driving a Lexus tomorrow, which gives you something pretty exciting to look forward to tomorrow. Because Lexus is now offering 4.9% APR financing with terms up to 66 months on the entire line of certified pre-owned vehicles, with monthly payments of $17.31 per thousand borrowed. And that low rate isn't all that makes owning a certified pre-owned Lexus feel like owning a new car. It also comes with the Lexus of warranties, 3 years from your date of purchase or 100,000 total vehicle miles. You'll also get a complimentary loaner should you require qualified warrantable repairs. So for 4.9% APR financing and 100% peace of mind, hurry to your Southern California Lexus dealer or visit Lexus.com.
Tier 1 customers only. 4.9% APR to qualified customers through Lexus Financial Services. No down payment if qualified. Must take delivery by 10/31/02. Not available in Hawaii. See your dealer for finance and limited warranty details.
Looking for a great weekend getaway? Take the Angels Fan Cruise from AAA Travel and Carnival Cruise Lines. This 3-day cruise to Baja offers a unique opportunity to sail and interact with current and former Angels players, coaches, and/or broadcasters. The Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th and return on Monday the 20th. This floating resort includes spectacular shows, refreshing pools, spas, superb dining, a large friendly casino, a choice of clubs and lounges, and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Sponsor limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Metrodome. The Out-of-Town scoreboard is brought to you by Cragen. You can do it. We're here to help. Tomorrow night, it'll be Game 1 of the National League Championship Series. That game will be in St. Louis at Busch Stadium, 5:20 Pacific time tomorrow. The Giants will send to the mound Kirk Reeder. He was 14-8 during the regular season with a 3.23 ERA. And the Cardinals will counter with Matt Morris, who was 17-9 during the regular season with an earned run average of 3.42. Very shortly, we will have the player introductions, and we will go down to the field. The longtime voice of the Metrodome, Bob Casey, will be introducing both teams along with the starting lineups.
As far as some of the other pregame festivities here tonight, Bert Blyleven, Tony Oliva, and Jim Cott will be throwing out the ceremonial first pitches. Doc Severinsen will be performing the national anthem tomorrow for Game 2 of this American League Championship Series. As far as some of the pregame festivities they have planned here, Frank Viola, very successful pitcher, not only during his days in the regular season for the Twins, but he was also a good postseason starter for them as well. He'll be throwing out one of the ceremonial first pitches. And their governor, Jesse Ventura, will lead the fans into the seventh inning stretch. Now let's go down to the field, and the longtime voice of the Metrodome, here's Bob Casey.
The equipment manager is Ken Higdon. The assistant equipment manager is Keith Darter. The head trainer is Nat Berger. The assistant trainer is Rick Smith. The strength and conditioning specialist is Brian Griggs. The physical therapist is Brian Scher. The senior video coordinator is Diego Lopez. The first base coach is number 4, Alfredo Griffin. The hitting coach is number 7, Mickey Hatcher. The third base coach is number 12, Ron Renicky. In the bullpen is the bullpen coach number 13, Bobby Ramos. Along with the pitching coach number 24, Bud Black. The bench coach is number 70, Joe Madden. And the bullpen catcher is number 88, Orlando Mercado. And now the non-starters. Number 3, outfielder, Orlando Palmero. Number 5 is infielder, Alfredo Amataga. Number 6 is infielder, Sean Figgins. Number 10 is infielder, Benji Gill. Number 18 is outfielder, Alex Ochoa. Number 21 is pitcher Dennis Cook. Number 28, catcher Jose Molina. Number 34, pitcher Aaron Seeley. Number 36, pitcher Ramon Ortiz. Number 40, pitcher Troy Percival. Number 41, pitcher John Lackey. Number 43, pitcher Al Levine. Number 44, infielder Sean Wooten. Number 51, pitcher Mickey Callaway. Number 53, pitcher Brendan Donnelly. Number 56, pitcher Jared Washburn. Number 57, pitcher Francisco Rodriguez. Number 60, pitcher Scott Schoenweiss. Number 62, pitcher Scott Shields. And number 77, pitcher Ben Weber. And now, here's tonight's starting lineup for the Angels, managed by number 14, Mike Scioscia. Leading off is the shortstop, number 22, David Eckstein. Batting second is the center fielder, number 17, Darren Erstad. Batting third is the right fielder, number 15, Kim Salmon. Batting fourth is the left fielder, number 16, Garrett Anderson. Batting fifth is the third baseman, number 25, Troy Gloss. Batting sixth is the designated hitter, number 20, Brad Fulmer. Batting seventh is the first baseman, number 23, Scott Spezio. Batting eighth is the catcher, number 1, Benji Molina. Batting ninth is the second baseman, number 2, Adam Kennedy. And pitching for the Anaheim Angels, number 27, Kevin Appier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the voice of the Minnesota Twins for 42 seasons, Mr. Bob Casey.
Ladies
and gentlemen, we will now introduce the Twins staff, the coaches, and the non-starters. And now introducing the trainer, the head trainer of our Twins, Mr. Jim Common. The assistant trainer, Rick McLean. The strength and conditioning, Randy Popple. The video specialist, Pinky Peterson. The bench coach, number 9, Steve Little. The first base coach, number 13, Jerry White. The pitching coach, Rick Anderson. The bullpen coach, Rick Stalmacek. The batting coach, number 45, Scott Alger. The third base coach, number 62, Al Newman. And the bullpen coach, number 75, Aaron Amundsen. And now the non-starters, number 7, infielder, Denny Hockey. Number 8, the catcher, Javier Valentin. Number 12, the catcher, Tom Prince. Number 17, outfielder, Dustin Moore. Number 18, Steady Eddie, Eddie Gallardo. Number 21, pitcher, Eric Milton. Number 22, pitcher, Brad Ratke. Number 23, outfielder, Bobby Kilty. Number 24, catcher, Matthew LeCroy. Number 31, pitcher, Rick Reed. Number 32, pitcher, LaTroy Hawkins. Number 33, pitcher, Gay C. Romero. Number 39, pitcher, Juan Rincon. Number 42, pitcher, Mike Jackson. Number 44, infielder, David Lamb. Number 46, pitcher, Bob Wells. Number 49, pitcher, Kyle Loach. Number 52, pitcher, Tony Fiore. And number 57, pitcher, Johan Santana. And now introducing tonight's manager and starters for our Minnesota Twins. First off, our manager is number 35, Ron Gardenhire. Batting leadoff, number 11, the left fielder, Jock Jones. Batting second, number 15, the shortstop, Tristan Guzman. Batting 37, the third baseman. Batting third, number 47, Corey Kusky. Batting fourth, number 27, the designated hitter, David Ortiz. Batting fifth, number 48, in center field, Torrey Hunter. Batting sixth, number 16, at first base, Doug Nikavich. Batting seventh, number 5, the right fielder, Michael Pedire. Batting eighth, number 26, the catcher, A.J. Brzezinski. Batting ninth, number 2, at second base, Luis Rivas. And our starting pitcher, number 25, Joe Mays.
There you have the lineups for both teams. Coming up next, we'll have some news and notes for you from around Major League Baseball right here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Don't Don't you wish you could just walk into your house at the end of the day with an amazing meal for the whole family, all ready to serve up hot and fresh? I bring this up because you can. Prepare yourself for the ancient Chinese art of sharing at Panda Express. You'll find delightful, tasty entrees like our favorite orange-flavored chicken and delicious specialties like their famous spicy chicken with peanuts and tender beef with broccoli. Put your own Panda combinations together and suddenly you've got a fun family meal to go. So stop by Panda Express. Chinese for delectable.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
That was Doc Severinsen with the playing of our national anthem here at the Metrodome. News and notes from around Major League Baseball is brought to you by the Home Depot, proud sponsors of the Anaheim Angels. Well, some notes around Major League Baseball today. Buck Showalter might be good enough to manage the Chicago Cubs, but the New York Mets, apparently the last thing the embattled franchise wants is a manager in the mold of Bobby Valentine, amid a published report in Chicago that said Showalter met Sunday with the Cubs general manager Jim Hendry about the team's opening. An unnamed team source told the New York Daily News it's unlikely that Showalter would be hired by the Mets. The Chicago Tribune cited unnamed Major League sources earlier in the week saying that Showalter was Hendry's first interview in his managerial search. The only other candidate known to interest the Cubs is Oakland's bench coach Ken Maka. Hendry plans to interview Maka later on this week. Also, the AP reported yesterday that the Yankees granted third base coach Willie Randolph permission to talk with the Mets. They already have interviewed Chris Chambliss, who is the hitting coach for the Mets this season under Bobby Valentine. Willie Randolph, who played for the Mets at the end of his career, has been a frequent candidate for managerial openings and nearly took the job in Cincinnati 2 years ago. He interviewed last week with the Detroit Tigers. The St. Louis Cardinals are preparing for the National League Championship Series without Scott Rowland. Rowland said that team doctors haven't determined whether the major problem in his shoulder joint is a ligament problem or not. The Cardinals will play the Giants in the NLCS opener in St. Louis tomorrow. Rolen sprained his left shoulder Thursday in Game 2 of the division series against Arizona. The Cardinals would use either Miguel Cairo or Albert Pujols at third base if Rolen cannot play. And that's news and notes for you from around Major League Baseball. That's another edition of Angels Warm-Up. As always, we hope you've enjoyed it. We do invite you to stay tuned next. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series follows on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This has been Angels Warm-Up. Join us before every game for an in-depth look at the game, interviews, scores, and more. Now, stay tuned for exciting Anaheim Angels baseball coming up next.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC.
With a little aloha, I can touch the sky.
Aloha Airlines offers convenient daily nonstop service from Burbank and Orange County to Hawaii with a choice of United Mileage Plus or Aloha Pass miles on every flight. For reservations, call your travel agent or Aloha Airlines at 1-877-TRY-ALOHA.
Spread a little aloha around the world.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Force, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-888-4376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
Here's the pitch to Reggie. Swung on, and there it goes. This is number 500.
Ground ball to second. This could do it. Wiltong has it. Goes to first. A no-hitter for Mike West.
The Angels 1 out away from their first championship ever. The pitch from Frank. Swinging a ground ball. Hit to Carew. He bobbles it. Recovers. Throws to Tanana. In time. The 19-year wait is over. They've done it. The Angels are the champions of the West.
This Angels game is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling. Toyota. By Craig and Auto Parts. You can do it. They're here to help. By Domino's Pizza. Get the door. It's Domino's. By Home Depot. Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. By Southern California Edison, where energy conservation is always in season. By Jack in the Box, where they don't make it until you order it. By United California Bank, where being good to you is being good to us. And by Panda Express, real Chinese, real fast. By AT&T Wireless. Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless. And by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. Now, let's go out to the ballpark and join the voices of your Angels, Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
We are live at the Metrodome in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and it is packed. Standing room only at the Metrodome tonight as the Anaheim Angels and the Minnesota Twins begin the American League Championship Series. Happy to have you with us, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus, along with Terry Smith. Tonight, Game 1 between the Angels and the Twins. The Angels will pitch Kevin Appier. The Twins go with Joe Mays. Appier, a 14-game winner during the regular season, 14-12. Mays was only 4-8, but he had a lot of injury problems and actually pitched pretty well over the last month of the season. The Homer Hankies are out. Over 55,000 at the Metrodome tonight. We expect a great game and an incredible series between these two clubs. The Angels beat the Yankees. The Twins knocked off the A's to get here. One of these two teams will go to the World Series. We'll be back with tonight's starting lineups in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I work for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products, like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items, like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers, or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
It's the power of the stars.
And it means great values at Cragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Cragen, you can get a whole case of Valvoline motor oil for only 99 cents a quart after rebate with coupons.
Cragen also has a special buy on spray primers and enamels, just 99 cents each, our lowest price ever. Limit 24 cans.
And how about a brand new 18-volt cordless drill kit by Coleman Power Mates, just $44.99 at Cragen.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crack of the bat. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels making the postseason, they're selling their classic bratwurst for just 99 cents, topped with grilled onions and mustard. Only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
Hi, this is Brad Fulmer of the Anaheim Angels. When you're a pro like me, you appreciate pros in other fields too. That's why I recommend the Good Guys. They have the best electronic stuff anywhere. Big screen TVs, surround sound, car stereos, digital cameras, you name it. And the Good Guys are total pros. They know as much about electronics as I know about baseball. And just because they're good, you won't pay more. They have a 60-day low price guarantee. So go to goodguys.com for a location near you and tell them Brad Fulmer sent you.
Minnesota Twins have taken the field. It's time for the starting lineups, and they're brought to you by Southern California Edison, where energy conservation is always in season. First up for the hometown Minnesota Twins, their lineup tonight looks like this. Jock Jones will lead it off in left field, batting second at short, Christian Guzman. Hitting third at third base, Corey Koski. David Ortiz will be the designated hitter, batting fourth. Torrey Hunter in center field bats fifth. Doug Minkiewicz will play first base and bat number 6. Michael Kadire in right field will hit seventh. A.J. Perzinski, the catcher, bats eighth. And Luis Rivas at second base will bat number 9. Pitching for the Twins, loosening up, 26-year-old right-hander Joe Mays, 6'1", 192 pounds. 4-8 record during the regular season, a 5.38 earned run average. The Halo lineup for Game 1 of the American League Championship Series looks like this. David Eckstein at short will lead things off. Darren Erstad plays center field, bats number 2. Tim Salmon will be in right field, batting third. Garrett Anderson in left field, bats cleanup. Troy Gloss at third base hits number 5. Brad Fulmer, the DH, hits 6th. Scott Spezio at first base bats 7th. Benji Molina, the catcher, hits 8th. Adam Kennedy rounds out the order at second base. He bats number 9. Pitching for the Angels tonight, 34-year-old right-hander Kevin Appier, 6'2", 200 pounds. Appier 14-12 during the regular season, 32 starts, no complete games, with 3.92 ERA. The umpires tonight calling balls and strikes, the crew chief, Ed Montague. At first base will be Mike Everett. At second base, Brian Gorman. At third, Larry Young. The left field umpire is Dana DeMuth. And the umpire in right field will be Ed Rapuano. We're set for baseball. It's Game 1 of the ALCS. And back with the play-by-play action, here's Rory Marcus.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry. David Eckstein steps in to start the ball game against Joe Mays. 6'1", 192 pounds. From Flint, Michigan. Joe Mays won only 4 games this year for the Twins. Eckstein at the plate, and the first pitch of the ALCS is in there for a called strike, 0-1. David Eckstein against the Yankees hit .278. Here's Mays with his 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball up a little bit high. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's 55 degrees outside and, of course, 68 degrees inside the Metrodome. And the 1-1 pitch on the way is bounced toward the mound. Mays fields it, throws to first, and gets him. 1 out in the top of the first inning. That'll bring up Darren Erstad. The Twins defensively, Minkiewicz at first, Luis Rivas at second, Guzman at shortstop, and Koski the third baseman. Jock Jones in left, Torrey Hunter in center, and Kadire in right. A.J. Przynski doing the catching, and Joe Mays on the mound. Mays has had success in his career. Last year with the Twins, he was 17-13 with a 3.16 earned run average. It was an injury-free year. This year, he's had a lot of injury problems. Darren Erstad, in the regular season, hit .283, .421 against the Yankees, and he takes a strike. Crew chief Ed Montague is the home plate umpire. Erstad from nearby Jamestown, North Dakota, so he always has a lot of friends and family in attendance when the Angels play in Minnesota. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to him. That's outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Even though, as you mentioned, Erstad's from North Dakota, and Jared Washburn hails from nearby Wisconsin. They're kind of referred to as native sons here in the upper Midwest, both getting a lot of publicity the last couple days.
Here comes the 1-1 to Erstad. That's a fastball outside, ball 2. 55,000 plus here tonight. Just packed in at the Metrodome. You can still see the outline of the football field out there. Mays is standing on the 15-yard line, in case you're wondering. And it goes out toward the outfield. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Erstad. That's hit into left field. That's in there for a base hit. Coming in to get it is Jones. Erstad turns and holds with a single. The first hit of the American League Championship Series goes to Darren Erstad. The Angel offense was unstoppable in the ALDS against the Yankees. And if they can keep up that kind of offensive production, they'll be in good shape here in the ALCS.
Angels in that series against the Yankees averaged 14 hits a game. Just under 8 runs a game, scored 31 runs in that series. And as a team, batted .376, a Major League postseason series record.
1 out, 1 on. Erstad 1 foot on the carpet. Tim Salmon at the plate. And the pitch to Tim, a strike. Mays getting a first pitch fastball in there on Salmon. Erstad being held on by Minkiewicz at first base. Tim Salmon hit .263 with a couple of home runs and drove in a club-high 7 runs against New York. No balls in the strike to Salmon. Mays checks first. And the pitch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Guzman to Rivas for 1. On to first. Double play. Salmon hits into a 6-4-3 double play. The Angels are out in the first. No runs, a hit, and nobody left. And after half an inning, the Angels nothing. The Twins coming up on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet,
Wow.
A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
No, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Because, see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
The Big Gorilla, Union Dodge in North Orange County, announces the arrival of the all-new 2003 Ram trucks. with 0 down and 0% interest for a limited time only at Union Dodge, where they'll give you a 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain warranty, the longest in the industry. Look for the big blue gorilla right at the 22 Garden Grove Freeway, exit Brookhurst. Union Dodge.
Limited term 0% financing on approved credit in lieu of rebate.
We go into the bottom of the first inning. And the Minnesota Twins coming to bat now. Jock Jones, Christian Guzman, Corey Koski to face Kevin Appier. And Bud Selig is here tonight. We heard that he might be showing up this evening. And he is here. He didn't come out on the field and wave to the folks, though, did he?
No, it appears he's with Carl Pullan, the owner of the Minnesota Twins, who's not a real popular figure here either.
Well, Carl was more in favor of contracting the Twins than Bud was.
Right, it was his suggestion.
Jock Jones ready to lead off the first inning against Kevin Appier. Appier won 14 games, lost 12. And his first pitch on the way to Jones. Breaking ball in for a strike, 0-1. Appier, 3.92 earned run average in 32 starts. He walked 64, struck out 132. No balls and 1 strike to Jock Jones, and the pitch on the way to Jones is a fastball up high. 1 ball, 1 strike.
This matchup right here could be a tip-off on the kind of night it's going to be for Appier. Lifetime, Jones hitting .556 against Kevin.
And the 1-1 on the way is a little bit inside, ball 2. Jones was all Pac-10 in 1995 and 1996 for USC. He was a third-team All-American in 96. Tied for third in the NCAA in hits in 1995. And the 2-1 pitch to him is swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. This year he hit an even .300. He is their leadoff man. Soriano hit an even .300. He was the Yankees' leadoff man, and the Angels shut him down very well. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Jones. Popped up. We'll see if the Angels can find it in the roof. Eckstein says he's got it, and he does. The crowd getting excited because every pop-up's an adventure. But Jones pops out to the shortstop. 1 down.
David went out a long way into shallow left center field there. That ball was really hit high in the air, so he had a chance to camp under that one and handled it with no trouble at all.
Here's Christian Guzman, whom the Twins obtained in a trade with the Yankees. He's from the Dominican Republic. Stepping in there, batting left-handed. He's a switch hitter. This year he hit .273. He hit .286 in the series against Oakland. Appier's pitch to Guzman. Breaking ball down a little bit low. Ball 1.
It's a switch hitter. He bats from the left side, and you look at this lineup tonight for the Minnesota Twins. 6 of the 9 bat left-handed, including the first 4.
Last year, Guzman played in the All-Star game. Here's the 1-0 pitch to him. That's on the outside corner for a called strike. The Angels tonight, Spezio at first, Kennedy at second, Eckstein at shortstop, Gloss at third, Garrett Anderson in left, Darren Erstad in center, Tim Salmon in right, and Benji Molina catching. Appier's 1-1 pitch. Down a little bit low, ball 2. 2 balls, 1 strike.
We were talking about Guzman, Rory, and he's a guy that's been in and out of Ron Gardenhire's doghouse this year. He's a very talented player who at times had some lapses out on the field, and they were always trying to keep his head in games.
The 2-1 is grounded toward first. Spezio has it. He'll race to the bag himself and beats Guzman there for the out. 2 outs. Corey Koski will be the hitter. Third baseman Corey Koski. Batting number 3 in the batting order tonight for Ron Gardenhire. Koski hit just 143 against Oakland, but he did drive in 5 runs. And another left-handed hitter to face Kevin Appier. Here's the pitch to him. That's inside, ball 1. They'll try to keep pitches inside on a lot of the left-handers because that right field fence, the wall, baggy, whatever you want to call it, is very reachable, even with a jam shot. 2 outs, nobody on for the Twins, bottom of the first inning. Here's the 1-0 to Koski. Good breaking ball, but I guess it was low. He didn't get the call. Looked like a pretty good pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Koski's from Manitoba.
And he was just 3 for 21 in the Oakland series, although one of those 3 hits was a home run. He drove in 5 runs.
Here's the 2-0 pitch to him. Fastball for a strike. In fact, Koski was the 2001 Manitoba Male Athlete of the Year.
Very impressive. Your research is unbelievable for this series.
I'm looking into the Manitoba Female Athlete of the Year. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Koski. That's down low for a ball. 3 balls in the strike. No score, bottom of the first. 2 out, nobody on. The Angels had a man on. Erstad had a single, but Salmon hit into a double play to end the inning. Appier's retired the first 2 here in the bottom of the first. Now timeout called by Koski. If he gets on, designated hitter David Ortiz would be next. Appier now into his windup. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Off the hands, it's fouled back out of play. Strike 2. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Very happy to have you with us for the American League Championship Series, best of 7 series between the Twins and the Angels. Here on AM 570 KLAC and all down the Angels radio network, wherever you're listening. Welcome to this ball game. Here comes the 3-2 pitch on the way to Koski. Line drive, base hit into right field. Tim Salmon will play it in, and the Twins have their first hit. We'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Rory Marcus and Terry Smith with you from the Metrodome. Darren Chan, our producer-engineer, Frank Lafarelli at our flagship station, KLAC. David Ortiz hit .272 with 20 home runs in the regular season. Certainly a capable power hitter. He's the DH tonight. Appier looks over at Koski. Spezio holding him on. The pitch to Ortiz is outside and high, ball 1. Angels playing Ortiz straight away, fairly deep out there. Ortiz also from the Dominican Republic. 1 ball, no strikes to him. In the bottom of the first inning with 2 outs. Here's a 1-0 pitch. That's inside. Benji throws to first, and just getting back is Koski. Oh, that was a close play. A better throw probably would have had him. Molina snapped the throw down there from his knees, and it bounced on its way to Spezio. Otherwise, I think they get him. 2 balls and no strikes to Ortiz. Appier rubbing up a new baseball. Adam Kennedy playing deep second base. He's back behind the chalk line that outlines the infield. And the count is 2-0. Ortiz waits. Appier sets and delivers. Fastball missed. Ball 3. Torrey Hunter is on deck. Not the guy you want to face with 2 on.
Well, all season long, Kevin Appier has been the type of pitcher who very rarely has clean innings. And they have a base runner on here with 2 outs. He's behind in the count here.
3-0, he's behind. The pitch to Ortiz is swung on and popped up. They let him go 3-0, and he popped it up. Garrett Anderson, the left fielder, comes in to make the catch, and the inning is over. No runs for the Twins, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. after one inning, no score on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Excuse me, if I could have a minute of your time, I'd like to talk about, well, minutes of your time. Or how, if you use a wireless phone, you don't have to give minutes a second thought. It's called Minutes Without Limits, only from AT&T Wireless. You can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S. on your Nokia wireless phone. For up to 2 years, you'll get unlimited minutes. That's right, unlimited, all for one monthly fee. Sign up for the AT&T Wireless National Charter Plan at $99.99 a month, and you'll get unlimited minutes. Domestic long distance included, and no roaming charges anywhere on the AT&T Wireless Next Generation network. Plus, get a $50 mail-in rebate on select Nokia wireless phones. To get minutes without limits, hurry in today and start calling.
When you can call all you want, when you want, to where you want throughout the U.S., that's M-Life.
Limited time offer, credit approval, $36 activation fee, and 1 or 2 year contract required. Unlimited minutes available for initial contract term only. After initial term, only 1,500 minutes included. Geographic limitations, device compatibility, and other charges and restrictions apply. Next generation networks and phones by Nokia.
That's the sound of power.
The power of the star from Cragen Auto Parts.
Right now at Cragen, you can buy a pair of Sylvania Silver Star headlamps or capsules and get a $10 Cragen gift card free.
Cragen also has a special price on peak antifreeze, just $3.99 a gallon after rebate with coupons.
And how about our new 4-speaker boom stereo system?
Just $19.99 at Cragen.
The power of the star.
Coupons available in stores.
Shop us online at Cragen.com.
We've played one inning, no score as we go to the top of the second inning. Joe Mays loosening up for the Twins. He'll face Garrett Anderson, Troy Gloss, and Brad Fulmer for the Angels. Both teams had a hit in the first inning. Neither team scored. So it'll be Garrett Anderson to lead things off for the Angels. Tomorrow, Ramon Ortiz goes against Rick Reed. That'll be tomorrow at the same time, a 5:19 first pitch Pacific time. We'll have it here for you. Thursday, the Angels and Twins will work out in Anaheim. And then Friday, Game 3, Jared Washburn against Eric Milton. Game 4 Saturday, Brad Radke, John Lackey. Friday, 5:19 at Edison Field. Saturday, 4:50 at Edison Field. Garrett Anderson at the plate, 306 in the regular season, and he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Top of the second, no score in the ballgame. Garrett hit 29 home runs this year, drove in 123 runs, and looks at one outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Angels coming off back-to-back off days. We're off Sunday and also yesterday. Did work out here yesterday at the Metrodome.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Bounce foul behind home plate. Strike 2. Mays looks like he has a pretty good breaking ball tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Mays likes to keep batters off balance. He has a good sinker, and it looked like he had a good one in the first inning. All 3 outs he recorded came on the ground. He'll mix it up. Sinker, slider, curve, and changeup.
Now the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball again, and again it's rolled foul. This time Alfredo Griffin fields it, and fields it cleanly. Alfredo, a great infielder in his time. Ron Renicky, the coach at third base for the Angels. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Garrett Anderson waits, and Mays delivers a fastball. Garrett fouls that one up into the upper deck on the left side. Still a ball and 2 strikes. They haven't really started waving the Homer hankies too much yet. The Angels hope that they don't get a reason to wave them too much. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball right to the shortstop. Up with it is Guzman. He throws it across to get Anderson. 1 out. Troy Gloss coming up. Mays has gotten 3 ground balls and a bloop single, so far he's looked pretty tough. Troy Gloss had a big series against the Yankees. He hit 3 home runs. He batted .313. The bat really coming to life.
Gloss would appear to be the kind of hitter that gives Mays trouble. Mays saying yesterday that players with big uppercut swings normally give him difficulty.
He delivers a good fastball in there for a strike. Gloss hit 30 home runs in the regular season and drove in 111 runs.
Troy has homered against Mays in his career. He's batting .333 lifetime against him.
There's a fastball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Troy Gloss. No score, top of the second inning. Joe Mays for the Twins, Kevin Appier for the Angels tonight. Here's the windup by Mays and the pitch on the way. That's a fastball outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brad Fulmer, left-handed hitting DH, waiting on deck for Anaheim. Troy Gloss, born in Tarzana, went to UCLA. And the 2-1 pitch on the way. Popped up foul, coming back this way, but just below us. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Twins play Gloss pretty much straight away, deep in the outfield. It's 4:08 to dead center field here. Garrett Anderson hit a couple during batting practice right over that 4:08 sign. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes 2-2. Breaking ball just outside. Oh, Montague even began to bring the right arm up and then didn't do it. Close pitch. 3-2. He started to call him out and changed his mind.
Looked like a strike.
The 3-2 pitch. That's a strike. Troy's out of there looking. Well, he got the break once. He wasn't going to get it again. Gloss strikes out for the second out. Here's Brad Fulmer. Fulmer, the Angels' designated hitter, hit .286 in the series with New York. Stepping in there now with 2 out and nobody on. Mays delivers. Fulmer swings and fouls it off. That's off to the left, out of play. A 91-mile-an-hour fastball from Mays. Fulmer in the regular season surged late to hit .289. He hit 19 home runs this year. He hit 18 a year ago for Toronto. So they got about what they expected out of him. Here's the 0-1 pitch to him. That's low and outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fans, for the ultimate postseason coverage, go to WorldSeries.com. Get exclusive video, live audio, comprehensive stats, and inside stories. WorldSeries.com for baseball around the clock. Fulmer swings and hits one in the air into center field. Torrey Hunter jogging back a few steps. He's got it. The Angels go down 1-2-3 in the second, and at the end of an inning and a half, no score on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Last Tuesday morning, Fred Moore decided to become an organ donor. He told the woman at the driver's license office, and she made a note on Fred's new license. He told the people where he works, who congratulated him on his incredible generosity. And he told his best friend, who promptly bought him lunch. In fact, Fred told just about everyone he knew that he wanted to be an organ donor. Everyone. Except his family. Which means that if Fred were to die tomorrow, his organs might not be donated. A reminder, if your family doesn't know you want to donate your organs, it won't happen. Please, don't let a beautiful decision go to waste. Talk to your family about donating your organs. Talk to your family about donating life. Call 1-800-355-SHARE. 1-800-355-SHARE. A message from the Coalition on Organ and Tissue Donation, the Ad Council, and this station.
Tom Dillon here with my old buddy Al McCoy. Al, I'm confused.
Of course you are.
Seriously, these left-handed batters have a step-and-a-half jump on first base. You'd think we'd see more switch hitters out here.
Well, like Yogi said, anyone who hits from both sides is amphibious. How about them natural gas home builders?
No confusion there. Energy-efficient construction and natural gas appliances make gas builders ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous? Tom, I think confused may be a bit generous.
Bottom of the second inning, no score. The Twins will have Torrey Hunter, Doug Minkiewicz, and Michael Kadire to face Kevin Appier. Appier gave up one hit in the first. Torrey Hunter, an outstanding center fielder, batting number 5 for Ron Gardenhire tonight. Just a little bit of a delay now while they wait for television to rejoin us. And now Hunter steps in there. No score here in the bottom of the second. One of the reasons these games last so long, there's an extra minute every half inning for commercials. The pitch to Hunter is lined into right center field. Salmon on the run, won't get it. It's up against the wall. Hunter has a lead-off double. The first extra base hit in this ALCS. Torrey Hunter lines a shot into right. And that will bring up Doug Minkiewicz, the first baseman. Second hit for the Twins tonight. Minkiewicz, the Twins' first baseman, hit .250 against Oakland in that series with a couple of home runs. Eckstein now playing behind Hunter at second base. They're playing Minkiewicz to pull. He'll try to pull it to get Hunter over to third. And now the crowd starts to roar. Minkiewicz hit .261 in the regular season with 10 home runs. Appier delivers to him, and the pitch is in there for a called strike, 0-1 on the outside corner.
In Doug Minkiewicz and Angels first baseman Scott Spezio, you have arguably the top two defensive first basemen in the American League, both outstanding defenders at first. Spezio had the best fielding percentage of any first baseman in the American League this year. Minkiewicz, a Gold Glover winner in the past for Minnesota.
Here's Appier's 0-1 pitch. It's fouled straight back out of play, so Kevin jumps ahead on the count, 0-2 to Minkiewicz. Minkiewicz went to Florida State University. He was a rival of David Eckstein's, of course, since Eck was at Florida at the same time. Minkiewicz waiting up there. No balls and 2 strikes to him with a runner at second base and nobody out. In the second inning, no score. Appier ready to go, shakes off Benji a couple of times, so Minkiewicz calls time. He hit 10 home runs, drove in 64 runs in the regular season. Appier set, looks back at second base. Here comes the 0-2 to Minkiewicz. It gets by Benji Molina, Torrey Hunter to third. There's a break for the Twins. As that pitch was in the dirt, but Benji certainly should have blocked it. He just reached the glove out and thought he could easily short hop it, I think. It might have fooled him a little bit how much bounce it had to it.
It'll go down as a wild pitch, but Benji, as you mentioned, did not do a good job blocking that ball. He never really had the body in front of it. Tried to scoop it, and it bounced right over the glove.
Here's the 1-2 to Minkiewicz. Popped in the air on the left side in foul ground. Troy Gloss near the seats makes the catch. And Hunter has to stay at third. Appier gets one big out. Torrey Hunter still at third base. One out in the second. Here's Michael Kadire. Kadire, and if you're keeping score, he spells that Cuddyer. Had a good series against the A's. He hit .385. The infield now is in for the Angels. Kadire hit .259 in the regular season, 4 home runs. Appier from a stretch. Here's the pitch to him. That bounces up there also, but Benji gets in front of this one. Comes up and hits him in the chest protector.
Kadire, a young player. He's just 23 years old. Very promising future. He figures to be one of their corner outfielders for a number of years to come. In fact, some people here comparing him to a young Tim Salmon.
He's 0 for 7 in his young career against the Angels. 1-0 the count to him. Appier's pitch. Fastball inside. 2 balls, no strikes.
What the Twins have done since they put Kadire in their starting lineup, late in games they will pull him out for defensive reasons. It's a guy who originally was an infielder. He's a converted outfielder.
Here's the 2-0 delivery. Breaking ball outside, ball 3. Three balls, no strikes to Kadire. The Angels of Twins have never faced each other in the postseason. This year, the Twins won 5 of the 9 games. The two teams were 3-3 here at the Metrodome. The 3-0 pitch. Ball 4. I don't think Appier minded that. He is setting up a double play possibility. He missed with 4 straight. But now the Twins have runners at first and third with 1 out, and the catcher, A.J. Pierzynski, at the plate. Pierzynski hit a big home run in their Game 5 win over the A's. Pierzynski hit .300 in the regular season. We have no score here in the bottom of the second, but the Twins have runners at first and third with 1 out.
He's a guy, as you mentioned, Rory, if you can get him to hit it on the ground, you can turn 2. He grounded into 14 double plays this season.
That's what Appier has in mind. The Angels pinch it up the middle a little bit. Pierzynski's generally a pull hitter. And there's a huge gap in left center. Appier's pitch to him. Ball 1. That was low. That bounced up there. 1 ball, no strikes. Pierzynski, the number 8 batter in the batting order tonight.
Kevin Appier talking about this Minnesota lineup, saying that they're very similar to the Angels. There's not one guy that you can really key on in their lineup. Got a lot of guys that can hurt you.
Appier throws over to first base. Diving back in there is Kadire. Runners at first and third. Jerry White is the first base coach. Al Newman, the third base coach for the Twins. 1-0 to Pierzynski. Appier delivers, and it's off the hands foul. Back up into the seats. 1 ball and 1 strike. The Anaheim Angels are proudly sponsored by the Home Depot. Look for the hammer symbol all over the store. It means that at the Home Depot, they've got lower prices nailed. One and one the count. Appier, when he is in a little bit of trouble, takes his time. Every pitch is thought out. He's a thinking man's pitcher. Here's the 1-1. It's outside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, in 1961, the Angels came to be, and in 1961, the Twins were relocated as part of American League expansion. Here comes instead of the 2-1 pitch, it's another toss to first base by Appier. 2 men on, 1 out here in the bottom of the second. I'm looking forward to the 7th inning stretch. They're going to have Kent Herbeck lead this crowd in Take Me Out to the Ball Game, and I imagine Roll Out the Barrel. He'd be perfect for that song, wouldn't he? 2-1 the count. Appier delivers, and it's way up high. Ball 3. Now he's in trouble. Three balls and 1 strike to Przinsky. Remember, he went 3-0 to Ortiz with a man on and 2 outs in the first. They gave Ortiz the green light, and he flied out to shallow left. Now it's 3-1 to Przinsky. Kevin Appier into his stretch. And the 3-1 pitch is lined to center. Erstad races to his right and makes the catch. It'll easily score Hunter, and it's 1-0 Minnesota.
That was a good job hitting there by Przinsky. He did not hit the ball on the ground. Instead got some lift and gets the sac fly to give the Twins the game's first run.
And the wild pitch cost Appier a run. That runner would be at second base had it not been for the wild pitch. But instead, Hunter was able to move to third and scores on the line drive out to center by Przinsky. 1-0 Minnesota in the second. 2 outs. Kadire still at first, and Luis Rivas at the plate. Appier delivers. Rivas takes a curveball in there. Strike 1. Appier needs that first pitch breaking ball to be in there for a strike. It really changes his whole approach to the batter. Rivas hit .256 in the regular season, 4 home runs. 2 out, 1 on, a run in for Minnesota in the second. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball down low. 1 ball, 1 strike. So a double and then a wild pitch, and quite frankly, a pitch that Molina should not have let get by him. He just reached the glove out and hopped over the glove. It wasn't very far from him. You have to get out there and tell yourself nothing's getting by. There's a pitch inside. It tied him up. Did he swing? No. Ball 2. Started to swing, but held up as he went down to one knee. 2 balls, 1 strike to Rivas. 1-0 Minnesota in the second. 2 outs. A runner at first base for the Twins. Appier checks over there and throws over there. Spezio is holding Kadire on.
Rivas, player is kind of on the spot in this series for the Twins. He's had a lot of injury problems this year, hamstring, wrist injury, and with Denny Hocking out for this series, and he was injured in a freak injury during their celebration in Oakland. Rivas having to take over full-time at second.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Again, Molina snaps one down to first base. But Kadire is back. 2-2 the count.
Well, the Twins were celebrating their victory over Oakland to move them into this American League Championship Series. One of Denny Hocking's teammates stepped on Hocking's middle finger on his right hand and lacerated that finger, and he's out for this series.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Breaking ball popped in the air, foul. It looks like it's going to get out of play. Spezio has a look, but it's back up into the seats. Well, some of the Angel players were talking about that yesterday, about if they win this series, let's just sprint to the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Because A, there's no beer on the field, and B, they really are aware that sometimes somebody will go down in that pile and get hurt. Two balls, 2 strikes to Rivas. Appier into his stretch. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball inside, ball 3. So it's gone to a full count now. Kadire will be running with the pitch.
I mean, this game having a lot of similarities to Appier's last start, which was Game 2 of the ALDS against the Yankees. He's really having a battle out there. It's not coming easy for him. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Rivas waiting. Appier set. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Line shot foul into the seats. We'll pause right here 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Rory Marcus and Terry Smith from the Metrodome in Minneapolis. Darren Chan, our producer-engineer, and the Angels on defense now with a runner at first base and 2 outs. The 3-2 pitch to Rivas is swung on and missed, strike 3. He got him with a low and away breaking ball. That would have been ball 4. The Twins get 1 run. On 1 hit, there were no errors and 1 man left. And after 2 innings, the Twins won, the Angels nothing on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
I'm Gil Stanfield, General Manager of Irvine Toyota. A one-stop shopping experience like you've only dreamed about. Now through Sunday, we're offering the ultimate good deal. The luxury and comfort of a Camry LE for what you might pay for a Corolla, just $17,888. You've got to see it to believe it. At the Ultimate Toyota Theme Park, Irvine Toyota, exit Big Parkway where the 5 and 405 meet.
Irvine Toyota, the ultimate. It's dinner time, the family's there, but everyone is snoring. They want something new that's big on taste and isn't downright boring. Hey, get on the phone, call Domino's. It'll do the trick for sure. New Buffalo Chicken Kickers delivered to your door. Right to your door, man. Tender white meat chicken, they really are the bomb. 2 dipping sauces, in no time they'll be gone. Like the father of our country, I cannot tell a lie. New Buffalo Chicken Kickers, they're begging them a try. Give them a try.
Introducing Domino's Pizza Buffalo Chicken Kickers. 10 tender cuts of all-white chicken breast with a kick of spicy buffalo flavor baked in. Now, when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99, get an order of Cinesticks free. Add Buffalo Chicken Kickers for $5.99.
New Buffalo Chicken Kickers, yum. Good for me and you. Pick up the phone and give a call. These babies are brand new. Brand spanking new.
Get the door. It's Domino's Buffalo Chicken Kickers. Limited time only. Prices and terms may vary.
Top of the 3rd inning, 1-0. The Twins leading the Angels. The Angels, bottom 3rd of their batting order coming up. Scott Spezio, Benji Molina, and Adam Kennedy. Joe Mays has given up only 1 hit. That was to Erstad in the 1st inning, but that was wiped out by a double play. And now Scott Spezio steps in to start the 3rd. Spezio, switch hitting first baseman, batting left-handed against Mays. And Scott digging himself in. Spezio hit .285 in the regular season, 12 home runs, 82 runs batted in. Here's Mays into his windup. His first pitch of the 3rd inning is a curveball just outside, ball 1. Mays throwing a lot of breaking balls, and it's been effective for 2 innings. He comes back 1-0. That's a fastball, and it's in there for a strike. 88 on that fastball, so he's certainly not overpowering at all. But if he hits his spots and gets the Angels to hit the ball on the ground, he'll do fine. The 1-1 has popped up right around the plate. Looks like the catcher wants it. So does Koski, but it's the catcher, Przinski, who makes the catch. Spezio fouls out to start the 3rd. That'll bring up Molina. Benji Molina against the Yankees hit .267 and drove in a couple of runs. Adam Kennedy, who had a great series, against New York, hitting .500, is on deck. Mays winds. Here's his pitch to Molina. Low and outside, ball one. 1-0 Twins here in the top of the third inning. Game one of the ALCS. Now the 1-0 pitch. Molina lines it to right field, but Kadire is there and makes the catch. Two down, and Adam Kennedy at the plate. The Angel offense, which was just unstoppable against the Yankees, has been quieted so far through 2 2/3 innings here tonight.
Mays doing a good job the first time through the order. Angels, again, did not face him during the regular season.
Kennedy hit .312 during the regular season, and the first pitch to him is lashed into left field. There's a base hit for Adam Kennedy. So Adam, who went 4 for 8 in the Yankee series, is 1 for 1 in the Minnesota series as he lines one into left field.
That was a good job of hitting there. That was an outside pitch. Kennedy didn't try to pull that ball. He just kind of went with it, served the ball the opposite way into left. Good job.
A 2-out single for Adam will bring to the plate Eckstein. Eckstein was out on a comebacker his first time up. Hope we see you out at Edison Field Friday and or Saturday. Friday a 5:19 start, Saturday 4:50. Here's the pitch to Eckstein. Fastball in the inside corner, strike called, 0-1. No balls, 1 strike to David. Kennedy at first base. Mitkevich holding him on. Eckstein at the plate. Mays at the belt. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Eckstein lashes that one into right field. Kennedy to second base. He'll stop there as Kadire gets it in. With 2 outs here in the third inning, the Angels have put together back-to-back singles. And that will bring up Darren Erstad. Erstad had a single into left his first time up. The Angels with 3 hits in the ballgame now against Mays. Still trailing at 1-0. Two on, 2 out. The Angels trying to get on the board right here. Mays leaning in to get his sign from A.J. Pierzynski. And Erstad waits. Here's the pitch. That's outside, ball 1. Darren Erstad, we mentioned earlier, and you probably know, from Jamestown, North Dakota. He'd love to have a big series against the Twins. This was his team when he was a youngster. The 1-0 pitch. That's low and away, ball 2. And this is the first little spot of trouble that Mays has been in tonight.
Erstad already has a hit against Mays. Lifetime now 7 for 14 against him, batting .500. So he'd like to get another hit here because it would likely bring in a run.
Kennedy at second, Eckstein at first. 2 outs in the third. The Angels down 1-0. And the 2-0 count to Erstad. The pitch by Mays is grounded to shortstop. And it goes right between the legs of Guzman. Here comes Kennedy in to score. Eckstein to third. The Angels tie it at 1 on an error by the shortstop, Christian Guzman. Boy, a routine play on a ground ball hit right to him. And he just misplayed it into a run for the Angels.
Guzman during the regular season committed only 12 errors, but we talked about it at the very top this year. He's been in and out of the doghouse of his manager, Ron Gardenhire, for plays just like that. At times he has lapses out on the field. He's not in position for cutoff throws, relays, things like that, and they have really tried to work hard with him this year to get over that.
If he was out of the doghouse, he's back in.
Yep.
Here's Tim Salmon. Mays delivers, and the pitch is low and outside, ball 1. The Angels get a break here in the third inning, tying the ball game up at 1. And how can you not think about the play by Soriano in the series against the Yankees, where the ball went between his legs for a big break for the Angels. And now they get one against the Twins, as the ball just did touch his glove. There was nothing difficult about the play at all. The 1-0 pitch to Salmon. That's on the outside corner, a called strike. Salmon hit into a 6-4-3 double play his first time up.
To boot a ball like that on AstroTurf is just inexcusable, although this is, without question, the worst AstroTurf field in America right now. This thing is like a skateboard park. It's so worn out.
Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Tim Salmon. He takes, and it's in there. Strike 2. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Rory, you were down on the field, and there are all sorts of seams on this AstroTurf here, especially out in the outfield. There are big gaps between parts of that turf with huge seams where balls will take funny bounces.
I don't know how in the world they play football here.
Yeah.
The 1-2 to Salmon, low and outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Runners on the corners for the Angels, 2 out, a run in on an error by Guzman. And we're tied up at 1. The Angels have a chance to take the lead right here.
One of the reasons this field is so worn out, the Twins play, 81 home games here. The Minnesota Vikings and Minnesota Gophers play football here.
The 2-2 instead is a throw to first base. Erstad getting back in. The Gophers had to play a game here last Thursday night because the Twins were in the playoffs at home last Saturday. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count to Tim Salmon. 2 on, 2 out. The stretch by Mays. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Fastball lifted to center field. Torrey Hunter has a play, and he makes the catch. But the Angels get 1 run on 2 hits. There was 1 error and 2 left. After 2.5 innings, a 1-1 tie on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC.
You been thinking about a new pickup truck? One that's really rambunctious and rambidextrous, if you catch my drift. Well, how about one that's got the right ammunition to get the job done? You must be thinking about the Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes and largest standard wheels and tires in the class, plus the most interior room. If all these ramifications aren't important, well, you could think about a competitive truck. But then you wouldn't be getting Dodge's powertrain limited warranty. 7 years or 70,000 miles of engine and transmission protection that you don't get from Ford, Chevy, or Toyota. And now Ram is available with $1,000 cash allowance or 0% APR financing. So hurry. These rambitious incentives are going to cause a rampage to the Dodge dealer near you. Dodge. Grab life by the horns. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. Deductible applies. Financing for qualified buyers. Room, brakes, wheels, and tires based on automotive news, full-size pickups, half-ton, light-duty models.
Angels 1, Twins 1. We head to the bottom of the third inning. The Twins have the top of the order up. Jock Jones, Christian Guzman, and Corey Koski facing Kevin Appier. Jock Jones was out on a pop fly to shortstop his first time up. Appier set to go as he stands behind the mound, just waiting for the signal from the umpire to get things underway. And here we go. Jones at the plate. Appier winds. Here's the first pitch to him. It's swung on and missed. Strike one. A good high fastball. Jones took a rip at it and missed. 0-1. Angels 1, Twins 1 here in the bottom of the third. Jones takes one low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tomorrow, Ramon Ortiz for the Angels. Rick Reed for the Twins. 5:19 first pitch, Pacific time. Jones swings through a good breaking ball from Appier. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
This season, Jock Jones, the leadoff man for the Twins. Luis Rivas had that spot, but he was injured at the beginning of the year, and Jones had a very good year as a leadoff man.
Here comes the 1-2. That's hit in the air into right field. Salmon goes back on that ball, way back to the wall, and makes the catch. Tim put his back up against the baggie in right, and the ball comes down in his glove. Every time the ball is hit to right, the crowd roars because it carries out there, and it's not that deep a poke, but this one stayed in the park.
Talking about Jones, who just hit that deep fly ball. 27 home runs out of that leadoff spot for this Minnesota club this year.
Here is Guzman. He grounded to first base his first time up. Appier delivers. Guzman takes it inside for a ball. He was showing bunt. 1 ball and no strikes. These teams very, very similar, almost mirror images of one another. Appier comes back 1-0, and that's low. Both teams very confident. Both teams thought they could pull the upset in the first round, and did. And here they are.
Yeah, a lot of people billing this American League Championship Series as the battle of the underdogs.
Now the 2-0 to Guzman. That's hit foul. But if you watch the way the Angels played all year, and the Twins, it wasn't that big of a shock that the Angels would beat the Yankees. It was if you didn't really pay attention and just thought of the Yankees as the Yankees and the Angels as the Angels, then yeah, that was a real surprise. But we have the luxury of watching the Angels play every day, and I always felt that they had a good shot in that series. And the Twins, the same thing. If Oakland in a short series, even with all that pitching, doesn't hit, then they're going to be in trouble.
Miguel Tejada had a very tough series against Minnesota.
3-1 to Guzman. Appier delivers, and it's grounded to shortstop. Eckstein's up with it cleanly, fires it across to get him. 2 down, and Corey Koski coming up. Koski had a single, the first hit off of Appier in the first inning. The Twins have 2 hits, the Angels have 3. We're tied at 1 here in the bottom of the third. The Angels feel if they can get 1 here, that'd be good. If they can get 2, obviously, what a great position to be in. The next 3 are in Anaheim after the first 2 here. Koski hitting 182 in the postseason. The pitch to him from Appier is swung on and missed. Oh, he took a rip at that one.
A lot of the so-called baseball experts predicting that this series could very well go the full 7 games.
It certainly could. 0-1 to Koski. Here's the pitch. High fly ball into right field. Salmon backing up near the warning track, but he'll have room, and he makes the catch. Appier has a 1-2-3 inning in the third. The Twins are out, and we're at the end of 3. Twins 1, Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Paul, the king of big screen. These are the final days of our sale, and you can still get up to 30% off on brand new Mitsubishi big screen TVs. Save as much as $3,000. And on approved credit, I'll give you no payments and 18 months of same-as-cash financing all the way to March of 2004. We've stayed #1 in the entire country for 18 years in a row by giving people the best deals on big screen TVs. Thousands of people have taken the short drive to Paul's, get the best in big screens, our written lowest price guarantee, and free delivery anywhere in Southern California, usually in 4 hours or less. Come in and get the details. You'll save up to 30% and not pay a penny till March of 2004, 18 months away. Football and baseball are better on a big screen, and saving up to $3,000 during this sale is the icing on the cake. Everyone tries to copy us, but there's just one Paul's.
Paul's TV, the one and only king of big screen, 500 North Harbor, La Habra.
I am the king.
The Big Gorilla, Union Dodge in North Orange County, announces the arrival of the all-new 2003 Ram trucks. With 0 down and 0% interest for a limited time only at Union Dodge, where they'll give you a 7-year, 70,000-mile powertrain warranty, the longest in the industry. Look for the Big Blue Gorilla right at the 22 Garden Grove Freeway, exit Brookhurst. Union Dodge.
Limited term 0% financing on approved credit in lieu of rebate.
Rory Marcus and Terry Smith at the Metrodome in Minneapolis. We have completed 3 innings. For the Angels, 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. For the Twins, 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error. The Angels coming to bat against Joe Mays here in the 4th. And with more play-by-play, here's Terry Smith.
All right, thanks, Rory. And the first batter up will be Garrett Anderson, then Troy Gloss and Brad Fulmer against the sinker baller Joe Mays. He got a sinker ball off the bat at Darren Erstad in the 3rd inning. Last inning, hit right at Guzman. He booted the ball, and that unearned run tied up the ball game. First pitch, and that one's in there for a strike. 0-1 to count. Garrett batted .389 in the ALDS against the Yankees. That pitch misses low. Count even. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. And Anderson had hits in all 4 of the games against the Yankees. Here's the next delivery, and this one is lifted in the air into left field. Backpedaling is Jock Jones. Now he has a beat on it, and he'll make the catch about 7 or 8 feet from the rim of the track. Routine out, 1 gone here in the 4th. Troy Gloss will be the next batter. Well, the Angels in that ALDS against the Yankees slugged 9 home runs in the 4 ball games. Actually out-homered the Yanks in that series. Angels were not a real big home run hitting team during the regular season, ranked 10th out of 14 teams in the American League in homers, but averaged just over 2 home runs a game in the division series. Here's the pitch on Gloss, and he takes that one up and in for a ball. Troy had 3 of those 9 homers.
All solo home runs by Troy in that series. 3 home runs. He also had 3 runs batted in.
Infield is back. Outfield is straight away. We're tied at 1. We're in the top of the 4th here at the Metrodome. And the next pitch, Gloss tries to hold on that one. Check swing. They say he did hold. Field to the first base umpire, Mike Everett, who's down there in his first division series as an umpire, is saying that Gloss did hold up. Ed Montague, the home plate umpire, is in his 8th division series. There's a swing and a miss on that one. And the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. Gloss had hits in 3 of the 4 games against the Yankees in the playoffs. And 0 for 1 tonight with a strikeout looking. Troy batted .313 in the American League Division Series. Here's the next pitch, and he takes that one for a strike. Count even 2-2. Well, at times it's been loud here at the Metrodome, but it's not been unbearable. And I'm sure it'll be louder for longer stretches as we continue in this series here. The 2-2 pitch. There's one chopped on the third base side. Koski has it, and one third baseman retires another. 2 up and 2 down. Brad Fulmer will be the batter. Fancy Angels will host 2 charity golf tournaments during the month of November. The 24th annual 65 Roses Golf Classic will take place on November the 4th, and the inaugural Angels Care Golf Classic on November the 18th. Call the Angels Community Relations Office at 714-940-2174 for information. Fulmer flied out his first time up. The pitch. He lifts that one foul on the left side, and it gets back to the seats and out of play. No balls and one strike.
It's kind of a fun atmosphere in here when they have 55,000 Homer hanky waving fans, but they need a new ballpark here very badly. For this franchise to survive in the long term, they have to build one.
And they're hoping that getting into postseason play will kind of spur that. There's a ball chopped by the mound out behind second. Long throw by Rivas. It's way late. That'll be an infield hit. Rivas fielded that ball out around the perimeter line on the AstroTurf and then had to throw across his body. And Fulmer has a 2-out single, so he's on with his first hit. Angels have a base runner for Scott Spezio. Spezio popped out in foul ground to the catcher Pierzynski his first time up. Boy, you would think one of those retractable roof stadiums would be just perfect for Minneapolis.
It's the only way to go here. They have some freezing cold days in April. You wouldn't want to be here in May also, but if they had a retractable roof, brand new stadium in either Minneapolis or St. Paul, I think it'd be a big hit here.
Here's the pitch. Ball chopped on a high hop, stopped by Minkiewicz right in the cutout, and he'll walk over to the bag, and one first baseman retires another. So the Angels go down pretty quietly here in the top of the fourth. In the inning, no runs, one hit, no errors, and one runner left. The Angels have stranded three. We're going to the bottom of the fourth. We're tied at 1 in the opening game of the American League Championship Series on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
The 03 Toyotas are coming in, and the 02 Toyotas are moving out. Your Toyota dealer is making room for the 03s by making great deals on every 02. Choose up to $1,500 factory cash back or an APR starting as low as 1.9%. That's right. Get cash back on all remaining 02 4Runners, Tundras, Siennas, even RAV4s. Get a low 2.9% APR on all remaining 02 Camry sedans, the best-selling car in America. There are even great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Camry Solaris. Whether it's a Toyota car, truck, or SUV, it's out with the 02s, in with the 03s at your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
It'll be the middle third of the order here for Minnesota as they bat in the bottom of the fourth. Ortiz, Hunter, and Minkiewicz against Angels right-hander Kevin Appier. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Left-handed hitting DH David Ortiz will bat. He flied out to left field his first time up, out to Garrett Anderson, went the opposite way. Appier so far in this game has worked 3 innings. He's surrendered 2 hits, a run it's earned. He's walked 1, struck out 1. He has retired the last 5 in a row. Kevin Reddy delivers. First pitch in there for a called strike. It was a good breaking ball. And the count 0-1. Ortiz, a player along with several other players on this Minnesota club who will be arbitration eligible during the offseason. The pitch, that one's in there again. Another breaking pitch. And the count is no balls and 2 strikes. Torrey Hunter, Jock Jones, Doug Minkiewicz, and Ortiz are all eligible for arbitration. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and that one misses low. Count 1 ball, 2 strikes. So of those 4 players, certainly 4 big components for this Minnesota club, and whether or not the Twins decide to go to arbitration with all 4 of those remains to be seen. There's a ball drilled in the right, a base hit. That was a 2-strike single, 1 hopper out to Tim Salmon. Ortiz is aboard here in the Minnesota 4th. That is hit number 3 allowed by Appier, and Torrey Hunter will be the next batter. Hunter doubled and scored their lone run back in the bottom of the 2nd. And he scored the run on a sacrifice fly, and he came in from third base after he moved from 2nd to 3rd on a wild pitch. Infield is at double play depth. Hunter had a very fine season for this Minnesota club. He was named to the American League All-Star team. He chops that one foul over on the third base side. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. And who can ever forget the catch that he made against Barry Bonds in the All-Star game when he robbed him of a home run, made a spectacular catch up against the wall, reached over the wall and caught the ball. And then when he was trotting back to his American League All-Star dugout, it was the final out of that inning. Barry Bonds kind of picked him up, was kidding around with him. Pitch, there's a bunt right out in front of the plate. Molina has it, throws, and gets him at first base. It's a good bunt. It'll be a sacrifice. The scoring will go 2-3 on that sac bunt. So Torrey Hunter showing he's not all power, but he can play small ball as well. Minkiewicz will be the next batter. Hunter, who just dropped down that sacrifice bunt, did not have a single sacrifice bunt during the regular season. Played in 148 games, no sacrifice bunts. So here in postseason play, drops one down like he's been bunting his whole life. So the go-ahead runner at second, 1 out. Minkiewicz, the batter, he popped out to Troy Gloss's first time up. Left-handed hitter, the pitch. That one is low, and the count 1 ball, no strikes. Minkiewicz earlier this season, when the Twins were running away with their division, and they did win the AL Central by 13.5 games over second-place Chicago. The Twins were really never challenged this year. They had a big lead at the All-Star break and just kind of cruised to the AL Central title. The pitch, Minkiewicz takes that one low. The count 2-0. And while the Twins were playing that great baseball around the All-Star break, someone asked Minkiewicz about his manager, Ron Gardenhire, saying, how much credit do you give your first-year manager who had taken over for the longtime Twins manager, Tom Kelly? Get to it after the 2-0. Here it comes, and that's outside. It's now 3-0. Minkiewicz, to the surprise of many, said, hey, he doesn't do much of anything at all. It's the players that are doing everything. He said that his manager, Ron Gardenhire, just kind of stands around in the dugout, doesn't say a whole lot. And after that kind of raised a few eyebrows. Minkiewicz had a meeting with his manager, and he said he didn't really try to diss his manager. There's a pitch low on that 3-0, and he'll trot the first with a walk. So now runners at first and second. And Michael Kadire, who walked his first time up, will be the batter. Second walk surrendered here by Appier. So the inning started off with a 2-strike leadoff single by Ortiz. He went to second on the sack, and now the walk to Minkiewicz, and 2 are on with 1 out.
Again, I don't think Appier is overly concerned with that walk. I think
He's comfortable pitching to Kadire, and will try to get a double play right here.
So Kevin is ready. He'll work from the stretch. The pitch. And that one's lined into right center field with the beat. Making the catch will be Salmon, and Ortiz, who can't run very well, holds at second base. So that's the second out. A.J. Pierzynski, who drove in their run with a sac fly back in the bottom of the second, will be the two-out batter. Pierzynski, an all-star catcher this year. And he finished up the regular season batting .300, and in their playoff series against the A's did even better. He hit .438.
Kind of like Adam Kennedy in a way. A good hitter down at the bottom of the order. Pierzynski hitting 8th. .300 hitter, had a very good season, and he gives them some run production down there in that 8th spot. If they have people on base, Pierzynski's a good guy to get up there.
So he bats with 2 outs and 2 on. 1-1 the score. Minnesota batting. We're in the bottom of the 4th. When the Angels step up in the 5th, it'll be Benji Molina, Adam Kennedy, and David Eckstein against the right-hander Joe Mays. Appier shaking off the sign of Benji Molina. Now looking in once again. Ready. Here's the pitch. Pierzynski swings at a pitch that was low and in the dirt. Missed that one badly. That was a breaking ball. No balls and 1 strike.
Appier's bread and butter, that first pitch breaking ball. If you can get Pierzynski or anybody to chase that pitch the way he just did, then Appier's ahead of you.
Infield back for the most part with 2 outs. Outfield playing Pierzynski around the pull. Salmon plays a deep right. Runners at first and second. Spezio is back out near the perimeter line, not too far away from the foul line. The pitch, that one's lifted foul down the left side. So the count jumps to no balls and 2 strikes on A.J. Pierzynski. Great to have you tuned in tonight wherever you're listening to Angels Baseball. Terry Smith along with Rory Marcus. Darren Chan, our producer-engineer here at the Metrodome. Frank Laparelli back at Mission Control in Los Angeles at our flagship station, AM 570 KLAC. No balls and 2 strikes. 2 on with 2 outs. Appier with another key moment in this game, and he's had a few of them here in the early going. He's set, and the 2-strike pitch. That one misses low. Off-speed pitch again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pierzynski, during the regular season, in 440 at-bats, had 13 walks. So he's usually up there swinging away. Struck out 61 times, had 132 hits. Here's the pitch, and that one's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pierzynski gets on base. Luis Rivas, their second baseman, who's been Appier's only strikeout victim, he waits on deck. Gloss playing way off the line at third. Eckstein, the shortstop, kind of pinching a little bit towards second. Ortiz is the runner there. Here's the next delivery, and there's a little bloop into shallow left field, and running it back and making the catch is Troy Gloss, and that'll end the inning. Good job by Gloss as he went back behind the perimeter line in shallow left field to glove that one, and that will end the Minnesota threat in the inning. No runs. They had a hit, a walk, no errors, and they leave 2 runners on. They've stranded 4 through 4, and as we go to the 5th, we're tied at 1 in Game 1 of the ALCS on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
We're over the drop zone.
Go, 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 go. What kind of a person repels from a helicopter 75 feet in the air?
We've got company.
Scrambles for cover under enemy fire. Lay down some cover fire on the perimeter. And does whatever's necessary to fulfill his nation's mission?
Lay down cover fire.
Why, he's an accountant, of course, in the National Guard and Reserve. Maintain position. But while nearly half of today's military are Guard and reservists, they can't answer our country's call without their employer's support. If you're an employer, you can do your part by visiting Employer Support of the Guard and Reserve at www.esgr.org and learning your rights and responsibilities.
Okay, they're clear.
Because no matter what their mission, their response depends on yours.
Take her up.
We're out of here.
A public service message from ESGR and the Ad Council.
Al McCoy here with my old buddy Tom Dillon. Tom, I'm a little confused.
Humbling, isn't it?
Seriously, some of these ball players make a bundle. How much is fame worth anyhow?
Could be a bunch, Al. Yogi always said that if you're a great enough person, you get to be a place. But how about them natural gas home builders?
Oh, no confusion there. Everything they build is famous for quality construction and energy-efficient natural gas appliances. Maybe I'll shoot for becoming a world-renowned wine seller.
Too late, Al. You've already popped your cork.
First batter up here for the Angels as we go to inning number 5. It'll be Benji Molina, who lined out to right field his first time up. We're tied at 1. Angels have had 4 hits. The Angel run is unearned. Here's the pitch. And the first one a little bit low and away for ball. 1 ball and no strikes on Benji Molina. Benji in the series against the Yankees hit safely in 3 of the 4 games. Here's the pitch. And he chops one on an easy hop to the shortstop. Guzman has it, and he'll throw out Benji Molina. There's 1 away. Adam Kennedy will be the next batter. Adam got a single his first time up as he poked the ball into left field. Kennedy had a good series against the Yankees, and he's 1 for 1 so far tonight.
The Angels have not had the leadoff man aboard yet in 5 innings, and it's difficult to come up with big rallies when you have 1 out and nobody on each inning, but that's been the case so far.
That was something the Angels did a great job of in that ALDS against New York. First pitch, that's in there for a called strike. 0-1 on Adam.
Yeah, it sure was. The Yankees couldn't slow the Angel attack down, but this is an entirely different type of ball game so far tonight.
Mays is set. He delivers. And that's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mays was saying yesterday how much he likes pitching here at the Metrodome. A lot of pitchers don't like to pitch here because the ball will carry, and with the AstroTurf, balls shoot through the infield quickly. The pitch, there's a high drive foul down the right side. Really skied that one, did Adam Kennedy, and they count 1 ball, 2 strikes. A lot of times sinker ball pitchers don't like pitching on AstroTurf because the ball will get through the infield quickly. Some sinker ball pitchers do like pitching on AstroTurf because they know they'll get true bounces, and that makes it a little easier for their fielders. The 1-2 pitch. Adam goes the opposite way again, but lines it right at the left fielder, Jock Jones, and he'll put it away for the second out. 2 up and 2 gone. Here's David Eckstein, who has a single and is 2 times up. Mays has retired the last 3 in a row, and he's set down 6 of the last 7.
Giants and Cardinals start their series tomorrow at 7 o'clock Central Time. Kirk Reeder against Matt Morris.
Here's the first pitch on David. He takes a strike on the inside corner. 0-1 to count.
So the regular season, the Yankees, the A's, and the Braves had more wins than anybody, and they're all done. First round knockouts.
And you have both the NL and AL wild card teams still alive. The pitch. Ball bounced on an easy hop to short. Guzman has it. He'll throw to first. And he gets David Eckstein, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning for Mays. No runs or hits, no errors, and nobody left. The bottom of the 5th is next. Tied at 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
As fast as The 03 Toyotas are coming in. They're moving out even faster because this is Toyota's most exciting lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs ever. Now you can drive home a spacious 03 Sienna van and get $1,000 factory cash back. There's also $1,000 cash back when you buy or lease any rugged 03 Tundra, available with a powerful iForce V8. You can even get a special introductory 2.9% APR on the 03 Camry sedan. Hurry! There are great deals on the sporty 03 Corolla, the revolutionary Matrix, and the in-your-face Tacoma. So here come the 03 Toyotas, and there they go. Just see your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
When was the last time someone said you could do anything you want and whatever you did was okay? You don't remember, do you? But deep in your memory, you have this vague recollection that it was fun. Well, bring yourself and your memory to Laughlin, Nevada, and do anything you want. 9 resorts, live entertainment, lively restaurants. Oh, yeah, and the Colorado River. Laughlin, Nevada. Play the way you like it. Call 1-800-4-LAUGHLIN or click visitlaughlin.com.
We go to the Minnesota 5th inning, and the Twins will send up Rivas, Jones, and Guzman. Well, the Twins starter, Joe Mays, in one more inning of work, has thrown 9 fewer pitches than Kevin Appier. Mays through 5 innings has thrown 59 pitches. Appier through 4 innings has thrown 68 pitches. Here's Rivas, who struck out his first time up. 1-1 to score. Rivas, the number 9 hitter for Minnesota tonight, the pitch. And that one missed a little bit low and away for ball to count 1-0. Tonight's scoring summary is brought to you by Domino's Pizza. Get the door, it's Domino's. The Twins took a 1-0 lead in the bottom of the second inning on a sac fly from Pierzynski. That pitch in there on Rivas. The count even 1-1. The Angels tied it up the next inning in the top of the third. And with 2 outs and 2 runners on, a routine ground ball off the bat of Darren Erstad. It should have been the final out, went right between the legs of Guzman, the shortstop, for an error, enabling Kennedy to score and tie the game at 1. Pitch missed for a ball. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. Infield is back. The outfield is straight away. Gloss playing just out of the cutout over at third base. Spezio considerably more off the line at first. Here's the pitch, and that's up and in, and Appier has fallen behind. 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, we have talked about a lot of the similarities between these two teams, and they played each other very closely during the regular season. Minnesota won 5, the Angels won 4. The two teams split the 6 games here, and the Twins won 2 out of 3 in Anaheim. And on the 3-1, that one misses ball 4. So Rivas has a leadoff walk. The Angels can't seem to get the leadoff man on. And the Twins are getting their leadoff man with pretty good regularity. They've had the leadoff man on in 3 of the last 4 innings against Appier. So a runner on at first. Jock Jones will be the next batter. That walk, the third one, surrendered by Kevin Appier. Both the Twins and the Angels came into existence on the very same date, October the 26th, 1960. And the teams have shared some other history as they meet in the playoffs for the first time. The pitch, that one's lifted in the air into left field. Garrett Anderson has a beat on it, and he'll flag it down. And retreating back to first base will be Rivas. So Jones retired. 1 gone. Christian Guzman will be the next batter. These two teams this season relying on pitching and defense, timely hitting, advancing runners. Both teams lacking the superstar type players. And you look over the history of these two franchises, they've had managers who have managed both the Angels and the Twins. Gene Mauch managed the Twins from 76 to 80 before heading to the Angels, where he managed in 81 and 82, and then again 85 to 87. Phil Rigney, who managed the very first Angels club, 1961, and managed right through 1969, then moved on and managed the Twins 1970, 71, and 72. So they've had managers call both the Angels and Twins their home. The pitch, that one's in there for a strike. 0-1 to count. And there have been some very good players who have played for each of these franchises. Rod Carew played for both the Angels and the Twins. Chili Davis played for both clubs. Lyman Bostock. Dave Winfield playing for the two clubs. The pitch, that one's outside. And the count even, it's now 1-1. Bert Blyleven pitched for both the Angels and the Twins, and so did Dean Chance. You can certainly go on and name more. But these two teams have shared some history going back to their existence. And here they meet for the first time in the postseason. 1-1 pitch. That one a little bit high, ball two. 2 balls and 1 strike. Although these two teams share some history, they have not really gotten together on any real big-type trade with each other in quite some time. The pitch. That one is a liner just out of the reach. Eckstein. It'll drop into center field for a base hit. So Guzman is on with a single. Runners at first and second. 1 out in the inning, and Corey Koski will be the next batter. Well, it seems like every inning Appier is in trouble. The only clean inning he had was in the bottom of the third when he set down the side in order. Other than that, they've had runners on, and in many cases through the first 5 innings, 2 runners on base against Kevin Appier. They have 2 on here with 1 out. Koski is 1 for 2. But Appier, being a cagey veteran, has a knack of getting out of a lot of trouble. We'll see if he can do it yet another inning here tonight. Fans starting to come to life again for Minnesota. 1-1 to score. The pitch. That's a strike right in there. It was an off-speed pitch. And the count 0-1. Infield at double play depth. Koski has fair speed. He's the batter at the plate. And the pitch. That one misses. Count even. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Talked about the Angels and the Twins. The two teams over the years have made 8 trades with each other, but none since the Twins sent Bert Blyleven to the Angels back in 1988. The pitch. There's a swing and a miss. Big cut at that pitch by Koski, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Each team with 4 hits, each team with a run. 1 error for Minnesota. Twins have stranded 4. The Angels have stranded 3. Appier in front. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Koski. Koski will strike out. He struck out 127 times during the regular season. Here's the 2-strike pitch, and he takes that one outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Koski had a pretty quiet series against the A's in the Twins American League Division Series. Going 3 for 21, but he has had a hit so far tonight in his 2 times up. Runner at second base. Rivas on at first. Guzman, 1 out. 2-2 pitch. Ball drilled into right field. It is a fair ball. It rolls down into the corner, being waved around, and coming in is Rivas. Being held at third will be Guzman, and at second with a one-out RBI double to give the Twins a 2-1 lead is Corey Koski. That was a two-strike pitch that Koski just dropped fair down the right side. That ball was about a foot fair just inside the line. That looked like a good breaking ball that Koski went down and golfed. That was a good pitch. So the Twins have the lead, and they're threatening to add more. David Ortiz will be the batter. The Angels have never led in this game, trailed by one. And Appier trying to prevent anything else from happening here in this inning. He'll have to really work out of it, though. The pitch, that's in there for a called strike. First pitch fastball. Fans want to be part of exciting Angels baseball? Get your deposit in now for your 2003 season seats. Angels season seat holders receive incredible savings over game day ticket prices. The same great seats for all Angels home games. VIP card, playoff priority, special events, gifts, and more. Call 1-888-796-HALO to secure the best seats. Pitch is fouled back on the 0-1. It's no balls and two strikes. Ortiz, a player who had kind of an up-and-down season for this Minnesota club. He was injured earlier this year, but did rebound to hit 20 homers. Drove in 75 runs. Batted .272. Appier way in front. No balls and two strikes. And now Ortiz asks for time. Minnesota in this inning got the leadoff walk to Rivas. He has scored. They've had two hits in the inning, and they're far from being over with only one out. Two strikes to count on Ortiz. The 0-2 pitch. Checks his swing, fouls it off out of play on the third base side. It's still no balls and two strikes. Benji Molina going out, meeting with Appier as they converse out in front of the mound right now. Joe Mays, the starter for Minnesota, has retired to 7 of the last 8 batters that he's faced in the ball game. He's pitched very well. Appier has been pitching out of a lot of trouble in this game and now trails once again. Kevin looking in for the sign. Rivas cocks the bat, awaits the 0-2 pitch. Here it comes, and he checks on that one. They say he was holding. 1 ball and 2 strikes. In game 2 of this American League Championship Series tomorrow here at the Metrodome, Ramon Ortiz, who had a rough outing in the ALDS against the Yankees, will go for the Halos, and Rick Reed, a 15-game winner, who was roughed up in his start by Oakland in the ALDS, will go for the Twins. Here's the next pitch. That one misses low. So the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ortiz this season struck out 87 times in 125 games, had 112 hits. Appier working with runners at second and third, 1 out, a run in. Minnesota leading 2-1 here in the 5th. The 2-2 pitch. It's popped up, foul, playable, first base side behind the coaching box, Spezio, and he'll put it away. Big out right there against the cleanup man. So 2 outs in the inning. And Torrey Hunter will be the next batter. Hunter will bat. Torrey Hunter has doubled and had a sacrifice bunt. right-hander against right-hander here. First base is open, but they will pitch to Torrey Hunter with the left-handed hitting Minkiewicz on deck. But you got to think that Appier will pitch carefully here to Hunter. He's a lot better hitter than the batter waiting on deck with 2 outs. And now Hunter asks for time as he steps out of the batter's box. And now Benji Molina spreads his arms apart as he gets up to say, hey, I'm going to head out and talk to my pitcher. So they will meet out there on the mound. Let's pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. So the meeting at the mound is over, and Hunter will get ready to move back in the batter's box. Be very surprised here if Appier gives Hunter anything good to swing at. He drove in 94 runs for them during the regular season. He was their top RBI man. First pitch, that's way low and outside. Good block by Benji on that pitch. And that was a good job by Molina, especially with a runner at third base. The count 1 ball, no strikes. The Twins did not have a batter drive in 100 runs this year. The Angels had 2. Garrett Anderson, who led the club, and Troy Gloss also had over 100 RBIs. Both were in the top 10 in the American League in runs batted in. Brendan Donnelly begins to loosen up in the Angels bullpen, which runs right alongside the right field line. The pitch, that's low. 2 balls and no strikes. Fans, when it's time to paint, visit your nearest Southern California Frizzy paint and wall covering store. You'll find quality products, expert advice, and old-fashioned service. 2-0 the count here on Hunter. Appier is set. 2 outs, runners at second and third. The pitch. There's a swing and a ball chopped foul over by the Minnesota dugout. 2 balls and 1 strike. Torrey Hunter coming into this game, hitting .278 lifetime against Kevin Appier. 1 for 2, officially 1 for 1 against him tonight. He's had a sacrifice bunt and a double. Twins have regained the lead here in the 5th, and they have a chance to add more with runners at second and third, but 2 outs. Appier ready, the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He fooled him on an off-speed pitch there. That was a good split-finger fastball. Appier's changeup, and he had Hunter way in front. So the count even, it's 2-2. That's the one thing about facing a guy like Kevin Appier. You'll very rarely see the same pitch back-to-back. Appier is going to try to keep you off balance, off stride, mix up the pitches. He's set. The 2-2 delivery, and that is a breaking ball low and outside, so the count full, 3-2. Minkiewicz, who has popped out and walked, waits on deck. Fans are on their feet, waving their white Homer hankies. And now Appier sees Hunter step out of the batter's box, so time was called. Kevin backs off the rubber. Appier, the kind of pitcher who will work at his own pace. And when there are people on base, that is a very leisurely pace. He's set. We'll see what gives. 3-2 pitch. Got him. The pitch is swung on and missed. Ball was dropped by Benji. He'll throw to first to complete the strikeout, and that will end the inning. So that'll do it for the Twins. They go down here, but they do get 1 run. Boy, Kevin Appier went after Torrey Hunter there, even with first base open, and he ended up getting him with the strikeout. In the inning, 1 run. 2 hits, no errors, a walk, and they leave runners at second and third. So as we get ready to move to the 6th inning, Twins lead the Angels 2-1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
03 Toyotas are coming in, and the 02 Toyotas are moving out. Your Toyota dealer is making room for the 03s by making great deals on every 02. Choose up to $1,500 factory cash back or an APR starting as low as 1.9%. That's right. Get cash back on all remaining 02 4Runners, Tundras, Siennas, even RAV4s. Get a low 2.9% APR on all remaining 02 Camry sedans, the best-selling car in America. There are even great clearance deals on all remaining 02 Camry Solaris. Whether it's a Toyota car, truck, or SUV, it's out with the 02s, in with the 03s at your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy on you.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Want something delicious, fresh, and out of the ordinary? Stop by Panda Express and sample delectable favorites like orange-flavored chicken. Sweet, tangy, and irresistible. Or how about delicious beef with broccoli? Panda Express gives you a tasty abundance of dishes to choose from, perfect for eating in or taking home to the family. The next time you want something quick and delicious, stop by Panda Express for a feast of temptations. Panda Express. Give into it.
Here we go to inning number 6 as Joe Mays completes his warm-up tosses. The Angels will send up Erstad, Salmon, and Anderson. 2-1 Minnesota. Scott Schoenweiss had gotten up in the Angels bullpen while Kevin Appier was pitching in the bottom of the 5th. Brendan Donnelly was warming up. And when the Twins step up in the bottom of this inning, the bottom of the 6th, their first batter up, Minkevich, is a left-handed hitter, and then their third batter, Przinsky, also a lefty batter. So we might see Schoenweiss. We'll have to see how Mike Scioscia decides to play it, whether or not Appier could be finished after just 5 innings. Here's the first one on Darren Erstad, and that one's outside for ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Erstad has been on base twice with a single, and he also reached on a costly error by Christian Guzman, the Twin shortstop. Next pitch. That's a called strike. 1-1 the count. Well, the Angels' bats have been a lot quieter than they were in the ALDS against the Yankees. But there was really no way the Angels were going to be able to continue hitting the way they did in that series against New York, setting a postseason playoff series record for team batting. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. But what you have to hope now is it doesn't go from one extreme to the other, where the Angels had the great offense in the ALDS, and you are just hoping that things don't shut down here in the League Championship Series. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Mays ready, and the next pitch. Ball fouled back behind the plate, out of play. And the count 1-2. This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of the Anaheim Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Anaheim Angels. Mays has a new baseball as he looks in for the sign. Erstad tired of waiting now and points to the home plate umpire Ed Montague to request time. Erstad had hits in all 4 of the playoff games against the Yankees. The 1-2 pitch. That's outside. And the count 2-2. Well, one thing Joe Mays has done for Minnesota, and that's pitch a lot better than he did last week at Oakland. In that game, he did not survive the 4th inning. He gave up 9 hits and 6 runs in 3 2/3. So he's pitched a lot better here tonight at home. The 2-2 fouled back again behind the plate, and the count stays at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bill Mays talking about facing the Angels here in this ball game, saying that they got the guys that put the ball in play. They're not going to strike out a whole lot of times. He also said you don't want Loss or Anderson to hurt you. The pitch popped in the air, right side of the infield, playable. Minkiewicz is calling off Rivas, and the Twins first baseman will put it away for the first out. So Mays right now cruising along. He's retired 5 in a row and 8 of the last 9. And Tim Salmon will be the next batter. Salmon's hit the ball hard both times up, but he's bounced into a double play and lined out. He's 0 for 2. Salmon in the playoff series against the Yankees batted .263 with a couple of home runs. He had hits in all 4 of those playoff games. Brendan Donnelly has resumed warming up. The pitch. That's a strike on the outside corner. The ball's and 1 strike to count. Mays is ready. Here's the next pitch on Salmon. And he swings and misses that sinker there. And the count jumps to 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. Dimensions here at the Metrodome. Down the left field line, 343. Dead center, 408. And down in the right field corner, it goes 327. The pitch. Salmon tries to check. Did he go around on the appeal? They say he did. First base umpire Mike Everett rings him up. So Mays gets just his second strikeout. He was not a big strikeout pitcher this year for Minnesota. Guy who relies on his defense to make plays behind him. 2 are gone, and here's Garrett Anderson. Well, in that series against the Yankees, Garrett had some big hits for the Angels. He had a home run, a couple of doubles in that series, drove in 4 runs, had hits in all 4 of the games. He's hitless so far tonight. Takes the pitch for a strike. So the count 0-1. Once again, Scott Schoenweiss warming up for the Angels alongside Brendan Donnelly. Here's the pitch. Garrett swings and misses. And boy, Mays really fooling the hitters in this inning. Mixing up the pitches. Angels being kept off balance here by Mays the last few innings. Angels have had only 1 base runner in the last 3 innings against them. 2-1 Minnesota leading. We're in the 6th. Mays ready, and next pitch on Garrett. There's a ground ball sharply hit. Diving stop by Rivas from his knees. Throws him out. He stopped that ball a good 10 feet behind the perimeter line. So the inning is over. It ends on the 4-3 ground out. No runs, hits, or errors, and nobody left. The bottom of the 6th is next. 2-1 Minnesota on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton.
This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infiniti. They're the fastest growing Infiniti dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infiniti is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260 horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infiniti, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit, or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
Looking for a great weekend getaway? Take the Angels Fan Cruise from AAA Travel and Carnival Cruise Lines. This 3-day cruise to Baja offers a unique opportunity to sail and interact with current and former Angels players, coaches, and or broadcasters. The Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th and return on Monday the 20th. This floating resort includes spectacular shows, refreshing pools, spas, superb dining, a large friendly casino, a choice of clubs and lounges, and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Sponsor limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
Brendan Donnelly is going to take over for the Angels as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. So Kevin Appier's night is over. He worked 5 innings, and Appier gave up 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned. He walked 3, struck out 2, and also threw a wild pitch. So Appier battled. He threw 95 pitches, goes 5 innings. Brendan Donnelly is getting ready to face the Twins for the very first time. So they have not seen him. They did not see him during the regular season. And the first batter that Donnelly will be facing will be the first baseman, Doug Minkiewicz. Scott Schoenweis, who was warming up down in the bullpen alongside of Donnelly. Schoenweis has sat down in the bullpen right now. So here's the left-handed hitting Minkiewicz. Donnelly in the Yankee playoff series appeared in 3 of the 4 games, worked a total of 2 innings, gave up 3 hits and 3 runs, including a couple of homers. He walked a batter, struck out 2. His ERA in the Yankee series was 13.50. First pitch, and that one misses for a ball. The count, 1 ball, no strikes. Infield is back, and the outfield playing Minkiewicz around a bit to pull. Here's the next pitch. This one is lifted in the air into left field. Garrett Anderson has a beat. Lazy fly ball out there to medium left center, and Garrett will put it away for the first out. 1 gone. Michael Kadire will be the next batter. Kadire with a walk and a line out. He is officially 0 for 1. Kadire is a right-handed batter. He played for the Twins AAA club in Edmonton most of this season and batted .311 in the minors with 20 home runs. He played in 41 games for the Twins this year. Here's the first pitch on Kadire. He swings and misses that one for strike 1. No balls and 1 strike. Kind of ironic that as the Angels and Twins meet for the American League Championship Series, they're 2 top farm clubs, Salt Lake for the Angels and Edmonton for Minnesota. They met in the Pacific Coast League Championship, and it ended up being the Edmonton Trappers who won that Pacific Coast League title. Of course, the Angels called up a lot of players from that Salt Lake club that really propelled them to such a great season, but a lot of those players were not around for that postseason in the Pacific Coast League. Next pitch by Donnelly, lifted in the air into right center field. Erstad is calling off Salmon. He's under, and he'll make the running catch. So a couple of fly outs, 2 quick outs, and the catcher, A.J. Pierzynski, will be the next batter. When the Angels step up in the 7th, it'll be Gloss, Fulmer, and Spezio against Joe Mays. Fans, the Angels Dream Week Fantasy Camp is your chance to play alongside Angels greats for 5 days as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Halos. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. For reservations, call 800-888-4376 or visit dreamweek.com. The pitch, and that one is a pitch that's in there for a strike. 0-1 to count. Pierzynski with a sac fly and a pop out, 0 for 1 with a run batted in. Left-handed hitting A.J. Pierzynski looks at the next pitch, and that's in there for a strike. It's 0-2. Well, you look at some of the players that the Angels got from their AAA club this year. The Salt Lake Stingers, Donnelly one of them, Frankie Rodriguez, Scott Shields, Sean Figgins, who's on the Angels postseason roster now. Pitch on its way. There's a swing and a miss. Down on strikes goes Pierzynski, and that will end the inning. So Donnelly gets the job done, and don't forget Big John Lackey, who came up from Salt Lake. He did a great job as well. No runs, hits, or errors, and nobody left. We're getting ready to move to the 7th inning. The Angels trail by a run, 2-1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This is Paul, the king of big screen. These are the final days of our sale, and you can still get up to 30% off on brand new Mitsubishi big screen TVs. Save as much as $3,000. And on approved credit, I'll give you no payments and 18 months of same-as-cash financing all the way to March of 2004. We've stayed number one in the entire country for 18 years in a row by giving people the best deals on big screen TVs. Thousands of people have taken the short drive to Paul's to get the best in big screens, our written lowest price guarantee, and free delivery anywhere in Southern California, usually in 4 hours or less. Come in and get the details. You'll save up to 30% and not pay a penny till March of 2004, 18 months away. Football and baseball are better on a big screen, and saving up to $3,000 during this sale is the icing on the cake. Everyone tries to copy us, but there's just one Paul's.
Paul's TV, the one and only king of big screen, 500 North Harbor, La Habra.
I am the king.
While you're driving around listening to these great historical Anaheim Angels playoff games, head to Wiener Schnitzel to complete your total baseball experience. There you'll find the official hot dog of the Anaheim Angels, just like the ones you get at the stadium, plus the roar of the crowd and the crackle of that. But hey, if you're enjoying a Wiener Schnitzel chili dog, you'll hardly notice. And to celebrate the Angels making the postseason, they're selling the classic bratwurst for just 99 cents. Topped with grilled onions and mustard, only 99 cents. And only at Wiener Schnitzel, the official hot dog of the Angels.
We get ready to move to the 7th inning. Joe Mays, the starter for the Twins, has set down 7 in a row. 10 of the last 11 will face Gloss, Fulmer, and Spezio. 2-1 in favor of Minnesota. 7th inning we go, and back with play-by-play action. Here's Rory Marcus.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry. We go to the top of the 7th inning. The Twins lead it 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. The Angels 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors. That's it for the Angels through 6. 55,562 here tonight. 55,562. Joe Mays so far pitching an outstanding game. He's given up 1 unearned run. Troy Gloss has struck out and grounded out. Koski guarding the line at third. Mays in 6 innings has not walked a batter either. First pitch, Gloss fouls it away, 0-1. It'll be Gloss, Fulmer, and Spezio for the Angels here in the 7th, trying to get something going. So far, checked on 4 hits. Joe Mays into his windup. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Troy Gloss. Fastball is outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. World Series tickets go on sale tomorrow. If the Angels make it to the World Series, of course. They go on sale tomorrow beginning at 9 a.m. Cash only. 4 tickets per person per game maximum. There's a pitch outside to Gloss. 2 balls and 1 strike. Numbered wristbands will be handed out from 7 a.m. until 8:20. And then at 8:30, they'll be selecting those randomly selected numbers. Here's the pitch to Gloss, fouled back. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Joe Mays has had very good control tonight. He hasn't walked the batter. Of the 18 outs he's recorded, only 5 have been in the air, so he's had that sinker working tonight. A lot of ground outs. He's also struck out 2.
And he's 2-2 to Gloss here, leading off the 7th. Mays looks in, both feet on the rubber. Here's his 2-2 pitch. Fastball hit to left field. Jones toward the line, and he puts it away. 1 out in the 7th inning. That'll bring on Brad Fulmer. Fulmer had a hit last time up. He's 1 for 2. And now that is 7 consecutive innings that the Angels have not had the leadoff man aboard. It's tough to rally in that situation. Fulmer at the plate now. 1 out in the 7th inning. Mays delivers, and the pitch is a little high and outside for ball 1. But the Angels are right in this game, trailing at only 2-1. One swing of the bat could get them even.
And the ball will jump out of here, and Mays gave up 14 homers in less than 100 innings during the regular season.
There's a pitch down low. This is just like the Twins' win in Game 5 over Oakland, where they held on to that 2-1 lead for several innings before finally breaking it open 5-1, and then needed those to win 5-4. Fulmer swings and grounds one down to second base. Rivas charges, gloves it, and gets him. Two outs in the seventh inning. That'll bring up Scott Spezio. Mays is cruising. Tomorrow the Angels will face Rick Reed and counter with Ramon Ortiz. Spezio tonight 0 for 2, popped out to the catcher and grounded to first base. Mays delivers to him, breaking ball in there, strike one. Mays has an outstanding breaking ball tonight. He's thrown only 82 pitches, which is a very low number through 6 2/3. There's a swing and a foul back to the screen, and Spezio is behind on the count 0-2. And the crowd now getting behind Mays here with 2 outs in the seventh inning and a 2-1 lead. No balls, 2 strikes to Scott Spezio. Joe Mays into his windup. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Fastball, he missed outside with it. 1-2. Spezio, a good eye to take that one. Scott waits up there, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Again, it's outside. Same pitch. 2-2. If Scott can get on, Benji Molina would be up next. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch by Mays, the line drive foul. That's going to go up in the seats, first base side. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Scott Spezio.
Angels didn't face Mays during the regular season. He was sidelined for a while with elbow problems. Last time he pitched against the Angels, May of last season, he shut the Angels out, and he's pitched great baseball so far in this one.
Here it comes to Spezio, fouled away again. So at least Scott is making Mays work a little bit. Fouling pitches back. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, nobody on. Angels batting in the seventh inning. Trailing 2-1. Mays with his sign from Pierzynski. Here comes the 2-2 pitch again, and it's low, ball 3. Spezio battling Mays here with 2 outs. Minkiewicz guarding the line at first base. Outfield straight away, the count full, 3-2. Mays delivers 3-2, and it's hit between third and short, knocked down by Koski. He throws him out. Well, that's a nice play by the Twins' third baseman. That ball had a lot of English on it. Koski gets Spezio, and the Angels are done in the seventh. 1-2-3 once again. That's 10 in a row set down by Joe Mays. At the end of 6.5 innings of play, the Twins 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Honey.
What is a hero? Does a hero have to wear a cape or a mask? Does a hero need big muscles? Are heroes born, or are they made? Inside every child is a hero, waiting to be discovered. And in after-school programs, kids uncover hidden strengths, find the courage to try new things, and discover they have the power to change their future. By getting them involved in all kinds of activities, scholastic, athletic, and creative, after-school programs help kids realize they have the potential to reach further and do better than they ever have, and find the hero inside themselves. Because in the end, that's what makes a hero. After-school programs, helping kids find the hero within. Let us know you want after-school programs in your area. Call 1-800-USA-LEARN or visit www.afterschoolalliance.org. A message from the After School Alliance and the Ad Council.
Miss Marshall doesn't know it, but I hate it when her class is over. All my friends want to do is hang out and do nothing. You ask them, what are you doing? Nothing. What are you going to do? Nothing. And what's the fun in that? Nothing.
You might not know this, but as many as 15 million children are left with nothing to do after school. Give them something rewarding. Call 1-800-USA-LEARN if you would like an after-school program in your community. A message from the After School Alliance and the Ad Council.
Seventh inning stretch, Take Me Out to the Ball Game, sung by Kent Herbeck, the former Twin. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith, Darren Chan, our producer-engineer. Bottom of the seventh inning, 2-1 Minnesota. Brendan Donnelly about to work his second inning for the Angels, and the first man he'll face is Luis Rivas, the second baseman who has struck out and walked. He walked and scored the go-ahead run in the fifth. Donnelly's first pitch to him, slider down low, ball one. The Angels have not been able to solve the puzzle of Joe Mays tonight. And remember, Eddie Guardado in the Twins bullpen leads the league in saves. He finished as the league leader. The 1-0 pitch, ground ball hit wide of third. Gloss gloves it. Nice play and gets him. That would have been a difficult play for Eckstein. Gloss going very wide of third base was able to flag it down and throw across his body nicely to get Rivas. One out in the bottom of the seventh. Here's the leadoff man for Minnesota, Jock Jones. Jones has popped up, fly to right, and fly to left, 0 for 3. The Twins lead 2-1 here in the bottom of the seventh. Jock Jones waiting up there, hitting left-handed. Brendan Donnelly delivers to him, and the check swing will cost him a strike, 0-1. Scott Schoenweiss gets back up for the Angels. Donnelly in relief of Appier, who went 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, walked 3, and struck out 2. Here's the 0-1 to Jones. Fastball a little bit outside. Benji Molina held it there in case Ed Montague wanted to take a closer look at it, but even with a closer look, he still didn't put the right hand up. 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the seventh inning. Here comes the pitch. Foul back off the screen, strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jones this year in the late innings was good. From the seventh inning on, he hit .309. Hit 8 home runs and drove in 28 in the final 3 innings of games this year. 2-strike pitch to him, swung on and missed. He was well behind a good Donnelly fastball. So Brendan Donnelly having a good outing, has set down all 5 men he has faced. Jones strikes out, 2 gone in the 7th. And Christian Guzman coming up. Guzman had a single in the 5th. He's 1 for 3. He's grounded out twice. Guzman made the error that accounted for the Angels' run in the 3rd inning on a 2-out ground ball by Erstad. He let it squirt between his legs. That brought a run in. So the Angels have only an unearned run tonight. Only 4 hits off of Mays. Donnelly's first pitch to Guzman. In there for a strike, 0-1. 31-year-old rookie Brendan Donnelly just having a dream season. And it wasn't until the 3rd time he was called up this season that he really put a stamp on major leaguer for his career. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Guzman up to bunt, but takes it outside. The Twins will bunt. They like to lay it down and leg it out. Troy Gloss is playing about 2 steps behind the bag at third. 1 ball and 1 strike to Guzman. Donnelly working out of a stretch. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Good fastball in there for strike 1 and 2. Knee high on the inside corner. The Twins have only 5 hits tonight. They scored their first run on a sacrifice fly by Przynski. That knocked in Torrey Hunter. And then an RBI double by Koski scored Rivas in the 5th. If not for a wild pitch that Benji Molina probably should have stopped, definitely should have stopped it actually, this game would be tied at 1. But you could also say it would be 1-0 if Guzman doesn't make the error. It's been a pitcher's battle all the way. 1 and 2 to Christian Guzman. Donnelly ready. Here's the 1-2 pitch. He hit him with it. Came right in about knee high. Guzman turns his back to it and lets him hit him in the back of the leg. Donnelly didn't want to do that. A 2-out base runner now, and that's going to get Donnelly out of the game. Scott Schoenweiss will come in to pitch to Corey Koski. So a hit batter after Donnelly had retired 5 in a row and had 2 strikes on Guzman. He hits him with the pitch. We'll take a break. We're in the bottom of the 7th inning. It's the Twins 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Well, today we're visiting the home of Martin Thomas, who claims he has the world's most efficient home.
Welcome.
Hi, Marty. This looks like the attic.
That's right. I built my entire house in alphabetical order. It's more efficient that way.
Really?
Yeah, it's organized. See, you got here the attic, bathroom, closet,
Wow.
A, B, C, den.
Yeah, we get it. But see, I thought you were going to show me an energy-efficient home.
Nah, that's not really my thing.
Oh, well, that's too bad. Because, see, if you save energy, you save money.
Really?
Sure. You can find out all about it from Southern California Edison. Just visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey to see how much you can save.
Huh.
You can also save with Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs and programmable thermostats.
No kidding.
Sure. Some even come with rebates.
That's even better than alphabetical order.
Well, it's surely different. Just visit SCE.com and click on rebates and offers or call 1-800-736-4777 and look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. A message from Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friends, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC.
Scott Schoenweiss listening up for the Angels, about to face Corey Koski with 2 outs and a runner at first base for the Twins in the bottom of the 7th.
Looks like Ben Weber is up for the Angels in the bullpen. Koski lifetime against Schoenweiss, 4 for 9, batting .444 against him.
And 2 for 3 tonight, including an RBI double last time up. Spezio at first base will play just in front of Guzman. Schoenweiss ready. First pitch to Koski. Fastball low and just rolled away from Molina, but not far enough for Guzman to advance. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to Koski. Schoenweiss 9-8 during the regular season, a 4.88 earned run average. 1 save. He checks first base. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Koski takes a high strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
What a difference this game has been compared to the games the Angels played in the ALDS against the Yankees in that 4-game series. It turned out to be a 4-game series. The winning team in every one of those games scored at least 8 runs.
Koski backs out of there for a moment. This one's been just the opposite, a 2-1 ball game. Only 9 hits total. We're in the bottom of the 7th. The Angels have been stymied by Mays, but they're right in this game. However, they need Schoenweiss to get Koski here and keep it as a 1-run game. In the 8th inning, the Angels have Benji Molina, Adam Kennedy, and David Eckstein due to hit. One ball, 1 strike to Corey Koski. Schoenweiss into his stretch. Here's his pitch. Koski swings and fouls it off his foot. So he's down in a little bit of pain right now. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Koski hit .267 this year with 15 home runs, 69 runs batted in. Koski's a big boy, 6'3", 220. One ball and 2 strikes to count to him. Schoenweiss has gotten ahead here.
Scott Schoenweiss just glad not to be facing Jason Giambi. Faced him 3 straight times in that series against New York, and then after those matchups left the game.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Koski. 2 out, a man on for the Twins in the bottom of the 7th. And a toss to first base by Schoenweiss. Jumping back to the bag is Guzman. 55,562 here tonight. They haven't had a real great time cheering for their Vikings this year, so they're happy to see the Twins in the postseason. Now the 1-2. Nope, another throw to first. Trying to keep Guzman close. That call coming from Socha in the dugout, no doubt. Koski taps home plate with his bat. And Schoenweiss staring in at Molina with a 1-2 count. Here's the stretch by Scott. And the pitch to the plate is hit in the air into right field, but it's playable. Salmon has a beat on it, and he makes the catch. Koski was out in front of it a little bit. The Twins in the 7th, no runs, no hits. They leave a man. We've completed 7. Minnesota 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
I just can't believe it. The fire, it all happened so fast.
Are you okay? Do you need a place to stay?
All those memories.
The hotel is all set, and your rental car is on its way.
You don't know how much this means.
Everything's going to be all right.
The response to Farmers' exclusive Help Point service has been remarkable. The moment the unexpected happens, we're here for you 24/7. Farmers, get you back where you belong.
An equal housing opportunity insurer.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh, yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
As we go to the top of the 8th inning, the Angels trail the Twins 2-1, and the Angels will have a pinch hitter here, Orlando Palmeiro,
will hit for Benji Molina. Justin Moore has gone into right field for Minnesota, replacing Kadire. Orlando Palmeiro, his job obviously just to get on base somehow, give the Angels a chance to get that tying run on. J.C. Romero and LaTroy Hawkins are loosening up in the Minnesota bullpen in case Mays gets in any kind of trouble here in the 8th inning. But he's been brilliant through 7. He's allowed only an unearned run. He has not allowed a hit since the 4th inning. He's set down 10 in a row, and Palmeiro takes strike 1.
Been a while since Palmeiro batted in a ball game. In fact, this is his first at bat here in October. He did not play at all against the Yankees.
The 0-1 is outside. He hit an even .300 in the regular season. Drove in 31 runs. If anybody knows about keeping themselves sharp, though, with a long time between at-bats, it's Palmeiro. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled back to the seats. Left side, 1-2. Adam Kennedy on deck. And then David Eckstein. The Angels down by a run. They have been since the 5th. 2-1 Twins. Mays winds. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Check swing on a high fastball. He did not go around, and it's 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes to Palmeiro. If he gets on, he has pretty good speed. Hitting from the left side, of course. Now the 2-2 pitch. He reaches for one and fouls it away. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mays has retired 10 in a row and 13 of the last 14. He's been very tough.
Angels have had only 1 base runner since the 3rd inning.
It's 2-2 to Orlando Palmeiro. The pitch by Mays. Fouled another one back. Palmeiro reaching for one that was out on the outside corner. That would have been strike 3. He had to get a piece of it. Count remains 2-2.
Palmeiro during the regular season had 8 pinch hits, twice as many than the next closest Angel in that category.
2 balls, 2 strikes. He waits. Mays winds and delivers, and it's swung on and missed. He got him with a good breaking ball. That's the 3rd strikeout for Mays tonight. 1 out in the 8th, and here comes Kennedy. Boy, that ball just sinking down and away from Palmeiro. Once you commit, tough to get a piece of that one. Here's Adam Kennedy now. Kennedy singled and scored the Angels' only run in the 3rd. Mays has thrown 96 pitches. Kennedy takes a curveball outside, ball 1. If they get to Mays at all, you'd have to think that Gardenhire would go to his bullpen. Mays has not pitched his normal amount of innings this year because of injury. There's a bouncing ball hit to short. Guzman's got it. He throws to first as a fan is running out onto the field in left. That happens simultaneously. The fan is going out to center field where Torrey Hunter is, and he's about to get tackled. There's an awful lot of security out there along with him. He's weaving around out there and just made somebody miss at about the 15-yard line where the football field would be. Now he heads for the bullpen, and they catch up to him there. He came out on the field as play was going on, and Mike Scioscia is out there talking to the home plate umpire, Ed Montague, about that.
Yeah, I think he's complaining that, hey, time should have been called. What goes on here? You can't play with a fan running on the field as the game's going on.
He's going to probably say, hey, that distracts my batter. And you could see that possibility. Now the fan is handcuffed and being led off the field. Scioscia might be saying that one of the umpires saw it and did call time. I don't know, though. He's not going to win this argument. Boy, they not only have that guy handcuffed, they have a lock on his neck, too, don't they?
Well, he deserves everything he gets.
So up the tunnel he goes. The ground out by Kennedy stands. It's a 6-3 putout. 2 outs in the 8th inning. And David Eckstein at the plate. Eckstein's 1 for 3. He's singled in the 3rd. He's grounded out twice. The Angels have only 4 outs left. They haven't had a leadoff man on all night. The pitch to Eckstein, a strike. Mays has tossed a masterpiece tonight. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Eckstein grounds it to short. Guzman has the 2-hopper, and the Angels are gone in order again. 12 in a row. 13 in a row now, set down by Mays. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Twins 2, Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-8884-376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
I've got this neighbor, and once he found out I worked for Edison, he started asking me for advice. You know, energy tips and stuff. I told him what to look for, which appliances waste more. Saved him a lot of money. The guy thought I was a hero. I kept trying to tell him anyone can get this information from our website.
At Southern California Edison, we want to help you save energy and save money. Visit SCE.com and take a free home energy survey. You get energy-saving tips customized just for you. Another way to save is by buying Energy Star products like compact fluorescent bulbs. You can even get rebates on some items like programmable thermostats, pool pumps, and central air conditioners. To get started, just visit SCE.com and click on Rebates and Offers or call 1-800-736-4777. And look for information on the 2020 rebate program for even bigger savings. Save energy, save money. Let us show you how. A message from your friends and neighbors at Southern California Edison. Rebates are limited. Some restrictions apply.
As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Bobby Kelty has come up to pinch hit for the Twins. We'll see if Scioscia makes a change himself. Jose Molina, who's in to catch now. Benji was pinch hit for by Palmeiro. Jose goes out to talk to Schoenweiss. Ben Weber is ready in the Angel bullpen if they decide to go to him. And Eddie Guardado gets up in the Minnesota bullpen with the Twins leading 2-1 in the bottom of the 8th. Bobby Kelty batting for the first time tonight. He hit .291 this season with 12 home runs, 46 RBIs. Schoenweiss's pitch is on the inside corner, strike one call. Twins 2, Angels 1 in the bottom of the 8th. And Guardado getting ready to come into the ballgame, you would think, in the 9th. Although if there's ever been a case for leaving the starter in, this might be the one tonight, the way Mays has pitched. There's a pitch down low to Kelty, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Schoenweiss comes back 1-1. It's low and outside, ball 2.
Kelty is a native of Southern California. In fact, his father was one of Troy Percival's high school teachers.
Poor guy.
2-1 pitch. Kelty swings and lifts one into right center field. Salmon says he's got it. He calls Erstad off, and Tim makes the catch. 1 out, Torrey Hunter coming up. And that's going to be it for Schoenweiss. So Scioscia's coming out to pull Schoenweiss out of the ballgame. Ben Weber will come in. We'll take a break right here with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. It's the Twins 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
As fast as the 03 Toyotas are coming in, they're moving out even faster because this is Toyota's most exciting lineup of cars, trucks, and SUVs ever. Now you can drive home a spacious 03 Sienna van and get $1,000 factory cash back. There's also $1,000 cash back when you buy or lease any rugged 03 Tundra, available with a powerful iForce V8. You can even get a special introductory 2.9% APR on the 03 Camry sedan. Hurry! There are great deals on the sporty 03 Corolla, the revolutionary Matrix, and the in-your-face Tacoma. So here come the 03 Toyotas, and there they go. Just see your Toyota dealer today. Get the feeling. Toyota.
We make it easy. On you.
Special APRs for qualified Tier 1 and Tier 2 credit customers only. Cashback vehicles must be purchased or leased from dealer stock by midnight 10/31/02. Call 1-888-MY-TOYOTA for details and disclosures.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Number 77, Ben Weber, all loosened up and ready to go for the Angels with 1 out and nobody on here in the bottom of the 8th inning. The Twins leading the Angels 2-1. Torrey Hunter coming to the plate for Minnesota. Hunter was the last man that Appier faced in the 5th, and he struck him out on a good breaking ball in the dirt and outside. But right now, Appier's on the hook for the loss, unless the Angels can come back in the 9th. Weber 7-2 this year with 7 saves. A 2.54 earned run average. He delivers, and Hunter fouls it away. No balls in the strike. Torrey Hunter hit .289 this year. He led the Twins in home runs with 29. 94 runs batted in. Now the 0-1 pitch on the way to Hunter. Check swing, and it's inside for a ball.
Ben Weber struggled in the Yankee playoff series. He appeared in 2 games, was a loser in one of them. And overall, he worked 1 inning, gave up 2 hits, 2 runs, and 2 walks. ERA in that series, 18.00.
1 ball and 1 strike to Torrey Hunter. Tough hitter. The Twins would love to get an insurance run. Weber delivers 1-1, and it's grounded foul over near the Twins' dugout, third base side, strike 2.
Torrey Hunter lifetime against Weber, 1 for 6.
Looks like Guardado's about ready down in the Twins' bullpen. Weber comes to the plate, 1-2 to Hunter, and the breaking ball is swung on and missed. Good curveball by Weber, strikes out Hunter. And that's out number 2 in the inning. The second time tonight, Hunter has gone down on strikes. It'll bring up Doug Minkiewicz. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network. Doug Minkiewicz tonight, 0 for 2 with a walk. Weber sets himself, and here's the pitch. It's on the outside corner for a strike, 0-1.
Minkiewicz hit .272. That's his career batting average. Tonight he's 0 for 2. 0-1 delivery. He looks at one outside for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. When the Angels bat in the 9th inning, they have Erstad, Salmon, and Anderson, so they have their 2, 3, and 4 hitters due up in the 9th. 1-1 delivery. Minkiewicz takes low and away. Ball 2. Two balls, 1 strike.
If, in fact, the Twins do bring in Guardado to pitch the 9th, all 3 of those Angel batters you mentioned, Rory, have really struggled against Eddie Guardado lifetime.
There's a ground ball foul, but every Angel in the order tonight has struggled against Mays.
Yep.
So I think they'd almost welcome a pitching change here, even though Guardado's had a great year.
Yeah, Mays has retired the last 13 in a row, 16 of the last 17. Angels with 1 base runner since the 3rd inning against Joe Mays.
Guardado has 45 saves. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Minkiewicz. Weber delivers, and it's swung on and missed. Strike 3. So Ben Weber certainly does the job. Faces 2 batters and strikes them both out. But as we go to the 9th inning, it is still the Twins 2, the Angels 1 on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Doc.
Whoa, what was that?
Doc, were you expecting a wild mallard to fly through here at eye level?
No, were you?
No, but it helps me illustrate that around here things aren't always what you'd expect.
Really?
Take the Mercedes-Benz ML320 SUV. Under that refined exterior lies the protection of a steel safety cage, 8 airbags, and emergency sensing brake assist.
Wow.
Also comes standard with scheduled maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles, whichever comes first. Starting at just $37,265. Did you expect that?
No, that came from nowhere.
Kind of like the Doc?
Exactly like the Doc.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz M-Class, which starts at just $37,265, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. Standard use level maintenance included during the warranty period, where items excluded. Limitations and restrictions apply. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the web at mbsocal.com or call them up, 1-800-4Mercedes.
Eddie Guardado is in for the Minnesota Twins. He had a great year, 45 saves to lead the league. In 67 and 2/3 innings, he gave up only 53 hits. He was 1-3, 68 appearances regular season. And Darren Erstad leads off the 9th inning for the Angels. Erstad's 2 for 14 lifetime against Guardado. Joe Mays, what a game. 8 innings, 4 hits, 1 unearned run. Didn't walk anybody and struck out 3. Eddie Guardado, born and still lives in Stockton, California. 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. And he's ready to go. The first pitch to Erstad. Strike. Erstad, Salmon, and Garrett Anderson for the Angels, who are 3 outs away from going down 1-0 in this series. Erstad's hitting .409 in the postseason. Guardado's 1-0 pitch is popped in the air foul. Przynski comes back, but he will run out of room, and it's strike 2. So Guardado jumps ahead 0-2 to Darren Erstad. It was Guardado who gave up 3 runs
in the ninth inning to Oakland in the 5-4 win over the A's in the final game. But you have to understand the mentality of a closer. If he comes in with a 4-run lead, he figures he can give up 3. So they throw strikes, and sometimes a strike gets it out of the park. But did he save the game? Yes. It's 0-2 to Darren Erstad. Guardado delivers, and it's lined foul, third base side, up into the seats. A 91-mile-an-hour fastball. The Angels down 2-1 here in the top of the ninth inning. On the corners, they protect the lines, particularly Minkiewicz at first, and he's an outstanding fielder. No balls, 2 strikes. Erstad's in the hole. Guardado ready. Here it comes. Swung on and missed. A wicked slider from Guardado gets Erstad. So with 1 out, here's Tim Salmon. Salmon's 4 for 18 lifetime against Guardado, 222. Salmon is 0 for 3 tonight. He hasn't had a great night. He's hit into a double play, flied to center, and struck out. But then the Angels haven't done anything offensively. Guardado delivers to Salmon, and it's a little low, ball 1. Another left-handed hitter, Garrett Anderson, to face the left-hander Guardado next. 1 ball, no strikes to Tim Salmon. Angels down to their last 2 outs here in game 1. The stretch and the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball in there. A good slow curveball from Guardado. Evens the count at 1-1. It's hard to believe Tim Salmon has played 1,388 games as an Angel. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Down low, ball 2. 2 balls and a strike to Salmon. He's being a little bit more careful to the right-handed hitting Salmon, who obviously has the power to hit it out. So does Garrett Anderson, who is on deck, and if he should get on, so does Gloss behind him. 1 swing of the bat could get the Angels even, but they haven't had a hit since the 4th inning. It's 2-1 to Salmon. Guardado's pitch is fouled straight back out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Salmon in his career has 1 home run against Guardado and 5 strikeouts, 4 for 18. Garrett Anderson, who is on deck, is only 2 for 12 lifetime against the Twins left-hander. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Salmon waiting up there. The crowd waving their homer hankies and chanting Eddie, Eddie. And the pitch high, ball 3. The count goes full, 3-2. So Northern California against Southern right here. Tim Salmon from Long Beach, Eddie Guardado from Stockton. And the count full, 3-2. 1 out, nobody on in the 9th inning. The Angels trailing at 2-1. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. It's popped up foul. Coming over is Koski along with Pierzynski, and it's in the seats. Koski kind of stumbled down into the Twins dugout. They just ran out of room. Still a full count, 3-2. Koski tried to jump up into the front row, but that was back in about the 4th row. Full count, 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, nobody on. That ball might have actually hit a speaker on the way out of there. Full count to Salmon. Trying to get on base. Angels down by 1. And Guardado's 3-2 pitch is low. He walked him. The Angels get a base runner with one out in the ninth inning. Their first base runner since the fourth. And the first walk by a Twins pitcher tonight. Here comes Sean Figgins in to run for Salmon. So the Angels put the speedster out there, Figgins. Alfredo Griffin wraps an arm around his shoulder and is talking to him. Guardado being a left-hander. Alfredo wants to make sure Figgins watches for that move to first. And now Garrett Anderson at the plate. So the Angels all everything this year. Garrett Anderson steps in. 123 runs batted in to lead the club this season. And he steps in with one out and one on in the ninth. Figgins can fly, especially on the artificial turf. Guardado checks him. The pitch to Garrett. Fastball outside. Ball one. Garrett Anderson tonight 0 for 3. Grounded out twice and fly to left. Twins 2, Angels 1. One out in the top of the ninth inning for Anaheim. Figgins gets his leadoff, conservative lead. Anderson swings and hits a pop fly foul, first base side, and out of play. That breaking ball from Guardado is murder on left-handed hitters, and Garrett was way out in front that time. Erstad struck out on a wicked breaking ball. The Angels still have only 4 hits. 1 ball and 1 strike to Garrett Anderson. Guardado trying to finish it off for the Twins. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Again, Garrett was out in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Garrett is an excellent 2-strike hitter. But Guardado, as we mentioned, is murder on left-handed hitters. It's 1-2 to Anderson. The check of Figgins. The 1-2 pitch is drilled into right center field, but it's hanging up. Here comes Dustin Moore to make the catch. When it left the bat, it looked like it had a chance to get in between the outfielders, but it hung up there for Moore, and now there are 2 outs in the ninth. Troy Gloss is the Angels' last hope here in the ninth inning. Gloss is 0 for 3 tonight. The Angels trio of Salmon, Anderson, and Gloss 0 for 10. And Troy steps in. Guardado into his stretch. Throws to first. Figgins gets back. Whether or not Socha would risk ending the game on a caught stealing, you wouldn't think so, but he's an aggressive manager, and Figgins is an aggressive runner. The tying run at first base, but 2 outs here in the ninth inning. And Troy Gloss facing Guardado. The pitch to the plate. Fastball swung on and missed. Oh, Troy got a first pitch fastball, but he didn't connect with it. Gloss is 1 for 5 lifetime against Guardado. That might be the only fastball he gets. No balls in the strike to Troy. 2 out of the ninth inning. The crowd wanting to celebrate that last out in a Game 1 win. Here's the 0-1. Popped up foul, and it's 0-2. The Angels are down to their last strike. It's deafening in the Metrodome. No balls, 2 strikes to Troy Gloss. Eddie Guardado checks first base. Here comes 0-2, outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Figgins jumps back to the bag over there. Troy Gloss behind in the count, 1-2. And Eddie Guardado leaning in. Gets his sign from Przinski. Checks Figgins at first base. Here comes the 1-2. No, it's a throw to first. Figgins dives back in there. Sean running for Tim Salmon, who walked with one out here in the ninth inning. Ramon Ortiz against Rick Reed tomorrow in Game 2 at 5:19 first pitch. Pacific time. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Gloss. Guardado sets. Here he comes. Foul back again. Gloss staying alive up there. The count 1-2. Troy Gloss 0 for 3 this evening. He hit 3 home runs, all of them with nobody on base against the Yankees. He had a good series against New York. Here comes the 1-2. Foul back again. And that time he got a fastball. But Guardado's keeping that fastball on the outside corner. Gloss hit .313 in the ALDS. It's still 1-2. Boy, that's a pitch I think Troy would like to see again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Guardado staring in, Gloss waiting. Here's the check of Figgins. And the 1-2, a pitch out. Figgins was not running. Boy, Gardenhire guessing that Socia might try and steal that bag to put Figgins in scoring position, so he called for a pitch out. And now the count to Gloss is 2-2. That's a gutsy call by Gardenhire. Boy, if it had worked, he would have looked like a genius. But now the count is 2-2 to Troy Gloss. Figgins still at first, 2 outs in the ninth inning. The Angels down by a run. And Gloss calls time and backs out of there. Guardado now, who has the back of his shirt hanging out. If it was an NBA game, the referee would tell him to tuck it in. Eddie's had a great year for the Twins. The Angels down to their last strike. Here's the 2-2 pitch. A little bit low with a curveball. And now it's 3-2. Now Figgins can run on the pitch. Full count. Sean Wooten's in the on-deck circle. If Gloss keeps the game going, Wooten would hit for Fulmer. Full count, 3-2. 2 outs in the ninth inning. Troy Gloss waits. Figgins away from first. There he goes, and the pitch is strike 3 called. Troy Gloss is left standing at home plate while the Twins celebrate on the field. It was a breaking ball about knee-high on the inside corner, and Minnesota takes Game 1 of the ALCS 2-1 over the Angels. We'll be right back on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Get your all-new 2002 Isuzu from Donavi Isuzu in Placentia. From the sport utility rodeo to the full-size trooper, Donavi has a deal for you. 0% financing's available, and you can lease rodeos and troopers for only $299 down and $299 a month.
And don't forget the 10-year, 120,000-mile Isuzu warranty.
Angel fans, stop by Donavi, 5 minutes off the 57 freeway at Orangethorpe. Proud sponsors of the Anaheim Angels. $299 lease, plus tax and license. 0 security deposit. 12,000 miles a year. 48 months lease.
A crash course in auto insurance. Dialing for dollars.
We're
21st Century Auto Insurance, we're saving 7 out of 10 California drivers money. And if we can't save you money, we'll send you a check for $10. Just call us at 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't beat the price of the policy you have now, we'll send you $10. It's that simple. But if we can beat your price, you'll save a whole lot more for years to come. And we include towing and roadside assistance with every policy. We specify original manufacturer parts for body repairs, and we're here 24 hours a day to answer your questions. Call 21st Century Auto Insurance now. 1-800-211-SAVE. If we can't save you money, we'll send you $10.
Turn 21. Get more. More coverage. More service. More savings. Since 1958. 21st Century Insurance Company. Call 1-800-211-SAVE or visit us at 21st.com.
Offer expires November 15th. Limit 1 per household. Subject to company eligibility requirements. New customers only.
For the Anaheim Angels in the top of the 9th inning tonight, no runs, no hits, no errors. They leave one man on base. Salmon walked with 1 out. Sean Figgins ran for him, but Garrett Anderson flies out to right field, and then Troy Gloss takes a called third strike to end the ball game, and the Twins grab Game 1 at the Metrodome by a 2-1 score. Minnesota's up 1-0 in the series, with Game 2 set for tomorrow at 5:19 Pacific time. Ramon Ortiz against Rick Reed. As for the totals in this ball game, we'll be back with that in just a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
This season, the Anaheim Angels baseball acuity rose to a higher level. And at Joe McPherson Ford and the Tustin Auto Center, they too raised the level of satisfaction 110%. It's the Joe McPherson Ford Price Protection Guarantee. Buy a new Ford at Joe McPherson Ford, and then if you find the same vehicle advertised for less within 3 days of your purchase, Joe McPherson Ford will pay you 110% of the difference. So whether you're looking for a new Focus, F-150, Explorer, or any other new Ford, you can feel confident you're getting a great price at Joe McPherson Ford. Plus, get 1.9% APR limited term financing on Ford-certified pre-owned vehicles with above-average credit. Visit Joe McPherson Ford in the Tustin Auto Center. Vehicle advertised must have the same model number, MSRP, and equipment as the vehicle purchased at Joe McPherson Ford. Must bring an advertisement from any publication in California dated within 3 days of this broadcast. Offer applies to new vehicles only. Offer valid in California only.
Honey, I'm thinking about taking up a new hobby.
Okay, what is it?
You're going to love this. Woodworking.
Hey, that's my hobby.
I know. You have all the tools, so I wouldn't have to buy any.
Oh! Yeah, you would.
Love power tools? The Home Depot has all the best brands like Delta, Ryobi, DeWalt, Stanley, Milwaukee, and more, all at the guaranteed low price. Whether you share them or not is strictly up to you. The Home Depot, proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angels.
For the Minnesota Twins in this ball game, 2 runs, 5 hits, and 1 error. They left 7. For the Angels, 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors. They left 4. Joe Mays gets the win. Kevin Appier takes the loss. And the save goes to Eddie Guardado, his second save in postseason play, and obviously his first in this series. 55,562, the attendance here tonight. Time of the ball game, 2 hours and 58 minutes. So the Twins win Game 1, a tight one, 2-1 over the Angels tonight at the Metrodome. Angels Report is coming up next from the Metrodome, right here on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
You've been thinking about a new pickup truck? One that's really rambunctious and ambidextrous, to catch my drift. Well, how about one that's got the right rammunition to get the job done? You must be thinking about the Dodge Ram 1500 Quad Cab. 4 full-size doors, a full-size bed, biggest brakes and largest standard wheels and tires in the class, plus the most interior room. If all these ramifications aren't important, well, you could think about a competitive truck. But then you wouldn't be getting Dodge's Powertrain Limited Warranty. 7 years or 70,000 miles of engine and transmission protection that you don't get from Ford, Chevy, or Toyota. And now Ram is available with $1,000 cash allowance or 0% APR financing. So hurry. These Ram-vicious incentives are going to cause a rampage to the Dodge dealer near you. Dodge. Grab life by the horns. See dealer for a copy of our limited warranty. Deductible applies. Financing for qualified buyers. Room, brakes, wheels, and tires based on automotive news, full-size pickups, half-ton light-duty models.
We're here live from the steps of Hollywood's newest premiere. The stars have just arrived, and here's the man who brings the movie magic to you, the Adelphia service technician. He just left the home of another family who is taking advantage of Adelphia's special offer. Sign up now for Adelphia Basic Cable and get 4 months of digital cable free. That includes 4 months of HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, and the Movie Channel at no additional cost. And digital music and an interactive guide. With Adelphia Digital Cable, you'll get hundreds of your favorite channels with free installation and free activation. Plus access to top pay-per-view sporting events, ESPN College Game Plan, NHL Center Ice, and the NBA's League Pass. And listen to this. Sign up for Adelphia Cable by the end of October and get a free discount book worth $40 for use at both Universal Studios Hollywood, the world's largest movie studio and theme park, and City Walk. With Adelphia, there are no contracts and free in-home customer service. Call Adelphia now at 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. That's 1-866-4-ADELPHIA. Adelphia Cable, where every night is a Hollywood premiere. Certain restrictions apply. Equipment and other fees additional.
Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Fly ball deep left center field. Jones a long way to go. He can't get it over his head off the wall. Here comes Downing. He will score the tying run. Here comes Miller. He scores the winning run. The Angels win it 4-3.
This edition of Anaheim Angels Baseball has been brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers.
Get the feeling. Toyota.
By Craig and Auto Parts.
You can do it. They're here to help.
By Domino's Pizza.
Get the door. It's Domino's.
By Home Depot.
Proud sponsor of the Anaheim Angel.
By Southern California Edison.
Where energy conservation is always in season.
By Jack in the Box.
Where they don't make it until you order it.
By United California Bank.
Where being good to you is being good to us.
And by Panda Express.
Real Chinese, real fast.
By AT&T Wireless.
Get into M-Life from AT&T Wireless.
And by Wiener Schnitzel.
America's most wanted hot dog.
This is Angels Report, a look at tonight's Angels game with highlights, an interview from the field, and a complete rundown of the Major League scoreboard. Now, let's go back out to the ballpark and join Rory Marcus and Terry Smith.
And we're live at the Metrodome where the Minnesota Twins grab Game 1 of this ALCS with a 2-1 victory over the Angels. 2 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, 7 men left on base for Minnesota. 1 run, 4 hits, and no errors for the Angels. They left 4. Joe Mays gets the win. Eddie Guardado the save. Kevin Appier the loss. Obviously very good pitching in this game as there were only 9 hits total in the game. The post-game interview. First we're going to go to the interview room and listen to the comments of Mike Scioscia.
How did Mays counteract that? What did he do so well tonight?
Well, I think, Mays pitched a terrific ball game. If you look at no runners leading off an inning, getting on base, the way when guys were on base, the way he made pitches, I don't think he faced, but maybe, 3 over the minimum, something like that. He stepped up and pitched a great game. He changed speeds well, worked in and out. We really, we couldn't get a lot of things going. Obviously, when you're not getting any leadoff guys on in an inning, it makes it tough, and he pitched a terrific game. That's one of the best games we've had pitched against us all year.
Another one? Another question. Okay, in the back there.
Mike, it's a long series, but can you talk about getting in an 0-1 hole and how tough it is to come back?
Well, I think you said it right there. It's a long series. We just played a shorter series and lost the first game and came back. So, we'll turn the page and come out tomorrow, and we're going to have to obviously do a little more on the offensive side to pressure these guys. But we've always responded well from a tough loss and come out and play a good game. I'm sure the same will be tomorrow.
Who else? Okay, Don.
Mike, given your experience in the division series, can you kind of relate to Ron Gardenhire's decision to go back to Guardado in a one-run game after, Mays had only thrown 98 pitches, just to kind of stick to your plan? What does the manager think there?
Well, I think, just from the outside looking in of the way Ron runs his club, Eddie Guardado is going to be in there in that situation. I think that he has a lot of faith in Eddie. I think anyone would. He's an incredible pitcher. He does a great job. He pitches well in the clutch, and I wasn't surprised at all to see that. And I'm sure that Ron wants to get him out there as much as he can. And obviously, the way we're looking at it, we hope he's not out there as much as he can, because that's going to be a lot of save situations for those guys.
Couple more. Anything? Okay. Where? That's it. Okay.
Obviously, your team fielded the ball pretty well in the Dome. Your impressions of the Metrodome and the playoff atmosphere?
Great atmosphere. I think the place had a lot of electricity in it. I think obviously the fans were into it. They looked like they were reacting to every pitch, and that's I think it's a great playoff atmosphere. We didn't have any problems tonight with any balls that went up, but I wish they weren't cheering as much, tonight. That means we would have done a little better. But I thought it was a great atmosphere, and we'll come out tomorrow and hopefully get done a little better than tonight.
Mark.
Mike, when the fan ran on the field, you were talking to the umpire. What was that about?
Well, when he started to run out, I thought I saw one of the umpires down the line start to put his arm up as the windup was being made. I didn't think the pitch was delivered, so I thought that Larry Young had put his arm up. Or was Dana behind it? But I saw, as I glanced, I saw somebody's arm go up, which would indicate time, and the pitch wouldn't have been made.
One more. There, Steve.
So let's talk a little bit about Appier and how you thought he was. Was he particularly sharp with you or not?
Ape worked for every out he got, and he seemed to be at his best when things got hot. He made some great pitches to Ortiz, great pitches to Torrey Hunter, to keep us in the game. Those guys had a lot of opportunities, and Ape made some terrific pitches to keep us in the game. And it seems like he stepped up and made some pitches when things got hot. And our bullpen did a super job to give us a chance. We just it was one of those nights we couldn't get any kind of pressure going offensively at all. And you got to give credit to Joe Mays. He did a terrific job.
Anything else for Mike? Okay, thank you very much.
That's Mike Socia in the interview room. The post-game interview is brought to you by Roger Dunn Golf Shops. Now we have Terry Smith standing by with Angels shortstop David Eckstein.
That's right, Rory, and down in the Angels dugout, David Eckstein joins us. David, you ran up against the guy that looked like he was at the top of his game tonight.
Yes, Joe Mays did a great job tonight. He was able to hit his spots and put the pitches where he wanted to. He kind of kept us off balance all night, and then Eddie Guardado did a great job to close it out.
Did the layoff, you think, the 2 days off, did that have any effect at all tonight?
Oh, not at all. We were ready to play tonight. Joe just threw some good pitches tonight. We'll be ready to play again tomorrow night.
What does the club learn out of this one? I guess you learned it's not going to be easy.
Oh, we knew that coming into it. All these games are going to be tough. They're going to be nail-biters coming right down to the wire. But I'll tell you right now, we'll be ready to play tomorrow night.
All right, David Eckstein joining us. Let's go back upstairs to Rory Marcus.
All right, thanks a lot, Terry. Guests of the postgame show will receive a $50 gift certificate to Roger Dunn Golf Shops. We'll come back in a moment on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Hello and welcome to Mercedes-Benz of Southern California. Thank you. Did you expect to be censored like that just for saying thank you? No. We're doing that to show that around here things aren't always what you'd expect. That's Good point, thank you. But even that is not as unexpected as the value of a Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan. Curve handling, electronic stability program, dual-zone climate control, and 8 airbags, all standard. A 42.6-liter V6 engine, 7-speaker stereo system, and a starting price of only $30,565. Did you expect that?
No.
Care to take advantage of this opportunity to say something nasty?
Yes, but several needed.
Well done.
Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect, like the Mercedes-Benz C240 sedan, which starts at just $30,565, only at your Southern California Mercedes-Benz dealer. MSRP excludes options, taxes, title registration, and dealer prep. Options, model availability, and price may vary. See dealer for details.
A Mercedes-Benz is more affordable than you think. Test drive one today at your nearby Mercedes-Benz dealer. See them on the World Wide Web at mbsocal.com or call 1-800-4Mercedes.
It's nice to know that there are people on whom you can count. Your family, your friend, your doctor, and your banker. Having a strong relationship with your banker can make a big difference in knowing your finances are in good hands, like the hands of a Bank of the West banker. Bank of the West has been serving the West since 1874. They'll help you manage your money. Discover just how special a banking relationship can be. Call Bank of the West, 800-488-2265. Get the kind of banking you deserve. Member FDIC.
Looking for a great weekend getaway? Take the Angels Fan Cruise from AAA Travel and Carnival Cruise Lines. This 3-day cruise to Baja offers a unique opportunity to sail and interact with current and former Angels players, coaches, and or broadcasters. The Ecstasy will set sail from Los Angeles on Friday, January 17th and return on Monday the 20th. This floating resort includes spectacular shows, refreshing pools, spas, superb dining, a large friendly casino, a choice of clubs and lounges, and more. Prices as low as $335 per person. Spots are limited. Call 888-874-7222. Make your reservation today.
We're back live at the Metrodome where the Twins have defeated the Angels by a 2-1 score tonight, grabbing Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, and the Twins grabbed a 1-0 lead in this game. That came in the second inning. Torrey Hunter led the inning off with a double off of Kevin Appier. Then a key play, a wild pitch. It was a pitch that wasn't very far from Benji Molina. It was in the dirt, but I think Benji thought he could handle it easily. Just put the glove out there to short hop it, and it got by him. So that put Hunter on third base. The next batter, Doug Minkiewicz, popped up. But instead of being on second, Hunter was on third. And after a walk to Michael Kadire, A.J. Przinsky drives home Hunter. And the 3-1 pitch is lined to center. Erstad races to his right and makes the catch. It'll easily score Hunter, and it's 1-0 Minnesota. Well, the next batter, Luis Rivas, struck out, so without the wild pitch, they would not have scored, but that was a very key play in the game. The Twins had a 1-0 lead. Minnesota gave it back in a way, though, in the top of the third inning. The Angels put together a 2-out rally. Adam Kennedy and David Eckstein with singles. 2 out, 2 on, and it looked like Joe Mays was going to get out of the inning, but shortstop Luis Guzman misplays a ground ball. The pitch by Mays is grounded to shortstop. And it goes right between the legs of Guzman. Here comes Kennedy in to score. Eckstein to third. The Angels tie it at 1 on an error by the shortstop, Christian Guzman. Boy, a ball that was just hit right to him. A very routine play. Gave the Angels a run, tying the ball game up at 1. In the fifth inning, the Twins regained the lead. Rivas, a leadoff walk. Jock Jones flied to left. Christian Guzman singled. 2 on, 1 out. Corey Koski up.
2-2 pitch. Ball drilled into right field. It is a fair ball. It rolls down into the corner, being waved around and coming in is Rivas. Being held at third will be Guzman, and at second with a 1-out RBI double to give the Twins a 2-1 lead is Corey Koski.
2-1 Twins in the fifth, and it stayed that way all the way through. Now we're in the top of the ninth inning. Eddie Guardado is in to relieve Joe Mays, who went 8 innings, giving up only 4 hits and 1 unearned run. One of the keys to Mays' outings was he didn't walk anybody. Guardado comes in to pitch the ninth, the saves leader in the American League this year, gets Erstad to strike out, but then he walks Salmon. Sean Figgins ran for Tim Salmon. Garrett Anderson flied out to right, and Troy Gloss worked a 3-2 count. 2 outs in the ninth inning. Troy Gloss waits. Figgins away from first. There he goes, and the pitch is strike 3 called. Troy Bloss is left standing at home plate while the Twins celebrate on the field. It was a breaking ball about knee-high on the inside corner, and Minnesota takes Game 1 of the ALCS 2-1 over the Angels. That is tonight's play of the game, brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Get the feeling, Toyota. 2-1 Twins tonight. We're back in a moment on Angels Report on the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiacs. $1667 per month for $1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd, a division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143.
You know, there's one sport that doesn't get a lot of credit. Ping pong. Yep, this is athletic competition at the highest level. I think if I were to put together a ping pong team, I'd start with the folks at Alaska Airlines. After all, they go back and forth between the Pacific Northwest and California more than any other airline. And if they can do that with a 75-ton jetliner, that puny little ball shouldn't be a challenge.
Now you can rack up double mileage plan miles at all Alaska Airlines or Horizon Air routes for flights before October 31st. Registration is required, so go to alaskaair.com today for full rules and to register for double miles.
Don't you wish you could just walk into your house at the end of the day with an amazing meal for the whole family, all ready to serve up hot and fresh? I bring this up because you can. Prepare yourself for the ancient Chinese art of sharing at Panda Express. You'll find delightful, tasty entrees like our favorite orange-flavored chicken and delicious specialties like their famous spicy chicken with peanuts and tender beef with broccoli. Put your own Panda combinations together and suddenly you've got a fun family meal to go. So stop by Panda Express. Chinese for delectable.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopf, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-888-4376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
The Minnesota Twins win the ballgame tonight, 2-1 over the Angels. The Twins taking Game 1 of the ALCS. Tonight's player of the game is brought to you by Wiener Schnitzel, America's most wanted hot dog. Twins right-hander Joe Mays had a great game. He pitched 8 innings, gave up only 4 hits. He didn't walk anybody. He allowed 1 unearned run, and he struck out 3. Joe Mays is our Wiener Schnitzel player of the game. Our coordinator back at our flagship station, KLAC, is Frank LaForelli. The producer-engineer of Angels Baseball is Darren Chan. Our next broadcast comes your way tomorrow afternoon as the Angels take on the Twins in Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. Angels warm-up gets underway at 4:30 with the first pitch scheduled for 5:19 Pacific Daylight Time. Be sure to stay tuned now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith, taking your calls at 1-866-570-KLAC. For Terry, I'm Rory Marcus, reminding you once again the final score from the Metrodome, the Twins 2, the Angels 1. Thanks for listening, everybody. This is the Anaheim Angels Baseball Network.
Get ready now for Angels Fan Wrap-Up.
Erstad around third, he will score.
It's your chance to call in and get involved with your Anaheim Angels.
1 run scored, 2 run score, a third coming in, 3-run double.
Angels Fan Wrap-Up is brought to you by Farmers Insurance. If the unexpected happens, remember, Farmers gets you back where you belong. The lines are open now at 1-866-570-KLAC. Call in and talk baseball with your host, Terry Smith.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Metrodome. This is Terry Smith. The program is Angels Fan Wrap-Up, and we will be with you tonight until about 9:30, taking your telephone calls, talking about tonight's game, any questions, comments, you have about tonight's action. We'll certainly entertain those, and we'll also look ahead to Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. That'll be tomorrow night, and a little added pressure now. You got to think on Ramon Ortiz with the Angels down 1-0. By no means is it an insurmountable mountain to climb. You heard Mike Socia talk about the fact the Angels were down 1-0 against the Yankees in the ALDS, and in a shorter series, a best-of-5, of course, came back, won the next 3, and advanced here to the American League Championship Series. But the bats were silenced tonight, no doubt about it, as Joe Mays, a pitcher who's had an injury-plagued 2002 season, was roughed up in his only start in the Minnesota Twins division series against Oakland. He pitched one of the best games of his career, you got to think, especially with the coming in postseason play, and he really handcuffed the Angels here tonight at the Metrodome. The Angels with no hits after the 4th inning in this game, no hits in the last 5 innings here tonight. The Angels had only 4 hits for the game. They were all singles. The Angels had only 1 base runner after the 4th inning, and as Mike Socia had talked about after the game, the Halos did not get the leadoff man on in any inning tonight. So when you see the first out on the board in every single inning without anybody on base, that puts a little added pressure on hitters, and the Angels certainly did not respond offensively tonight. The Angels got some solid pitching in this ball game. Check the Twins on only 5 hits. They scored only 2 runs, and Minnesota did not have a hit after the 5th inning of tonight's game, so it wasn't as if they were tearing the cover off the ball either. The Angels' bullpen was outstanding tonight. Donnelly, Schoenweiss, and Weber combining for 3 hitless and scoreless innings of relief. No walks allowed by that trio, 4 strikeouts. So the bullpen was outstanding tonight. But the Angels ran up against Joe Mays, who allowed only 5 base runners in 8 innings. He retired the last 13 batters in a row. And the bats certainly silenced tonight here in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. Minnesota coming away with a 2-1 victory. If you'd like to join us tonight here on Angels Fan Wrap-Up, we'll open up some phone lines to you at 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. When we get back, we'll continue talking Halo baseball postseason. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series goes to the Twins 2-1. And we'll continue with more from the Metrodome here on this Tuesday evening in just a moment on AM 570 KLAC.
This season, the Anaheim Angels' baseball acuity rose to a higher level. And at Joe McPherson Ford and the Tustin Auto Center, they too raised the level of satisfaction 110%. It's the Joe McPherson Ford Price Protection Guarantee. Buy a new Ford at Joe McPherson Ford, and then if you find the same vehicle advertised for less within 3 days of your purchase, Joe McPherson Ford will pay you 110% of the difference. So whether you're looking for a new Focus, F-150, Explorer, or any other new Ford, you can feel confident you're getting a great price at Joe McPherson Ford. Plus, get 1.9% APR limited term financing on Ford-certified pre-owned vehicles with above-average credit. Visit Joe McPherson Ford in the Tustin Auto Center. Vehicle advertised must have the same model number, MSRP, and equipment as the vehicle purchased at Joe McPherson Ford. Must bring an advertisement from any publication in California dated within 3 days of this broadcast. Offer applies to new vehicles only. Offer valid in California only.
I just can't believe it. The fire, it all happened so fast.
Are you okay? Do you need a place to stay?
All those memories.
The hotel is all set, and your rental car is on its way.
You don't know how much this means.
Everything's going to be all right.
The response to Farmers' exclusive Help Point service has been remarkable. The moment the unexpected happens, we're here for you 24/7. Farmers, get you back where you belong.
An equal housing opportunity insurer.
If the unexpected ever happens, remember, Farmers Insurance gets you back where you belong.
The new Angels Dream Week Adult Fantasy Camp is your chance to live, learn, laugh, and play alongside Angels greats like Rick Burleson, Bert Campaneris, Bobby Knopp, Jim Fregosi, Ken Forsch, and others. During these magical 5 days, you meet them in person as you live out your childhood dream to play for the Angels. You're in the lineup every day in your own new style Angels uniform at the team's training site in Tempe, Arizona. Call 800-8884-376 or look it up on the net at dreamweek.com.
8 worked wherever out he got, and he seemed to be at his best when things got hot. He made some great pitches to Ortiz, great pitches to Torrey Hunter, to keep us in the game. Those guys had a lot of opportunities, and Ape made some terrific pitches to keep us in the game. And it seems like he stepped up and made some pitches when things got hot. And our bullpen did a super job to give us a chance. We just it was one of those nights we couldn't get any kind of pressure going offensively at all. And you got to give credit to Joe Mays. He did a terrific job.
Angels manager Mike Socia talking about Kevin Appier. The Angels starter went 5 innings through 95 pitches in those 5 innings. Really battled tonight. The type of outing that the Angels have become accustomed to seeing from Kevin Appier. He kept the club in the game. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. He walked 3, struck out a couple, and Appier ends up being the losing pitcher, but not because of the work he did. The Angels just did not supply him with much offense here tonight as Minnesota wins Game 1 of the American League Championship Series by the final of 2-1. We're going to head to the busy phones, get things started tonight, going to Encino, where Alan is standing by. Alan, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
Evening, Terry. How are you?
I'm hanging in there, Alan. How about you?
Yeah, I'm fine. We ran into a buzzsaw tonight. And
Joe Mays was tough.
He was unbelievable. He seemed to mix up the pitches a lot more on us, at least my observation, maybe I'm wrong, than the Yankee pitchers did. And I was wondering, the first thing I wanted to ask you is I was wondering if you can give us a picture as to whether we can expect the same thing out of Reed and Milton.
Well, I think those two are a little bit different than a Joe Mays. Especially Milton. Milton is more of a power pitcher. He reminds me a lot of a Jared Washburn. And then as far as Rick Reed, Rick Reed's a little bit like a Kevin Appier. He's kind of a crafty veteran, a guy that's been around for a while. He was arguably Minnesota's best starting pitcher this season. He certainly didn't miss a turn. They had a lot of injuries with their rotation. Ratke was out for a while. Milton was sidelined for a while. Mays missed a lot of this season because of an elbow problem. So, the Twins kind of give you a little different look as far as their starters. I don't think, there are too many guys that are that similar. But in the case of Joe Mays here tonight, he just had a great sinker going. The Angels were hitting the ball on the ground all night long, and as you mentioned, he did a good job changing speeds. He was throwing the curveball, the slider, and the changeup as well, and kept the batters really off balance.
Just shut us down. Second question, if I may, is why was there not any further consideration, or maybe there was, in bringing Seeley back, considering his record at the Metrodome?
Well, I just don't think the Angels were, convinced that Aaron is where they would like him to be, going into this playoff series. He pitched only that last start of the season and worked right around 5 innings in that ball game, and I think what also factored in to some degree was the way that John Lackey stepped up out of the bullpen in that series against the Yankees. He did a terrific job in the one game that he appeared in. He pitched 3 scoreless innings in that appearance, and so he was very dependable for the Angels when he replaced Aaron in the starting rotation. So I don't know that there was really any serious consideration there. I think the Angels want to make sure that Aaron Seeley is 100% when spring training begins, and obviously right now they don't feel that he is 100%.
Right. And well, thank you. And the last thing I wanted to ask you, Terry, is actually I just wanted to say one thing. For all us old-timers, I'm an old-timer. I've called many times. But,
yeah.
This was like beating the Yankees, in a sense, was like, winning the World Series for me, even though we didn't get there yet. But it was so good to finally do something, and especially to do it against the Yankees. And every time I tried to call, the phones were so jammed. I'm glad everybody's calling. But I was wondering if the question I really wanted to ask you during the Yankee series, and maybe it was my observation, and maybe you had an observation or someone else did, and maybe there was discussion about it. Mm-hmm. When Weber had Soriano down 0-2, and then there was a comment on TV even about, now he has an opportunity to widen the strike zone. And he missed the 4 in a row, and then Jeter came up, and he seemed to kind of lose his composure a little bit, and he walked Jeter as well. I was kind of astonished, because I agree that Mike did exactly what he was supposed to do. I don't believe this crucifixion stuff at all. But I kind of felt like the inning was starting to get out of hand when Weber lost his composure, and I was curious as to whether there was an observation on your part or comments behind the scenes as to why Black didn't go out to calm him down, or Molina didn't go out to calm him down and just say, look, if you put one down the plate and he hits it out of the park, it's only 5-5.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, we're talking now about Game 1 of the Yankees series, and my recollection of that was that Weber retired the first two batters in that inning, right?
Right.
And then Soriano Soriano had a 2-out walk, and he had him down 0-2. I'll share this with you, Alan. I remember talking to Rick Down, the Yankee hitting coach, the next day, and he said to me, I've known him for a long time, and we've had a lot of good baseball conversations over the years, and he said to me, he said, Terry, in my opinion, the game was lost when Soriano was walked by Weber, and you know, in looking back at it, granted, all that did was put a runner on with 2 outs, and they still hadn't scored any runs in that inning. But, you know, that was your chance right there to nail down the inning, make it a 1-2-3 inning, and obviously that didn't happen. So I think for whatever reason, you know, Ben might have gotten a little bit too cute out there on the mound. Maybe, you know, he was making Soriano try to chase his pitch, and Soriano, who is kind of known for swinging at just about anything, you know, showed a lot of plate discipline there. And I think, you know, maybe in the back of Ben's mind, he was thinking, well, you know, all I got to do is get it somewhere close to the plate, and I'm going to get this guy to chase it. He obviously didn't want to get, and he got burned.
Yeah, he got frustrated, and the next thing you know, he was walking Jeter as well.
Right.
So,
yeah.
But at any rate, you know, for anyone who's upset about tonight, don't be, because, you know, we just ran into a good pitcher, a buzzsaw.
Oh, yeah.
And as far as I'm concerned, it's no big deal. You know, we're only down 1. And,
hey, in the playoffs, yeah, I mean, if you look at postseason series over the years, you're always going to see some spectacular pitching, and the Twins got a spectacular night tonight out of Joe Mays. Alan, appreciate the call. Let's go to Jason in Rancho Cucamonga. Jason, this is Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
What's up, Terry? How's it going?
I'm hanging in there. How about you, Jason?
I'm doing all right. I think it was a tough loss tonight. I mean, they showed in the Yankee series a stat that they scored like 32 runs or something like that. I mean, it was a good game, but my question was, I heard something on the TV about how they said they should have pitched Sean Weiss in maybe one of the games because the Twins don't really hit that well against lefties, and I thought maybe even though he struggled as a starter, you think Scioscia might think about that and, you know, if it win a 6th or 7th game?
No, I don't think there's any consideration there. But what I will tell you, you know, you make an accurate point that the Twins have struggled against left-handers, and Jared beat them twice during the regular season. He was 2-0 against them, very good earned run average. I think what you'll see, and, you know, even as a result of this loss tonight in Game 1 by the Angels, I think that might start to crystallize what I'm going to say, is that you very well might see Jared Washburn pitch in Game 6. He's going to pitch in Game 3, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see him in 6. I think that the fear here is, if this series does get stretched longer, that the Angels do not want to just pitch Jared once in this series. So I don't know that there's a benefit to hold him out for a Game 7 when you might not ever get to a Game 7. So I'm thinking the Angels will go with Washburn. He's definitely going to pitch Game 3, which will be Friday night at home, and then I think there's a pretty darn good chance that you'll see him pitch in Game 6.
Yeah, well, then they showed the stat how when pitchers in the postseason pitch on 3 days rest, they tend to not do that well. But as far as what's his name on the Braves, Millwood, he only threw like 72 pitches in the first game, so that's why he did well. But I don't think there's a very good, you know, chance that, you know, with someone going on 3 days rest, they too tend to struggle a little bit. Would you agree with that?
Well, I know, but what I will tell you is, you know, Washburn in the series against the Yankees did post a victory on 3 days rest. So, I mean, and he's one of the few guys that's ever done that. You make a good point. But so I think the Angels don't, you know, feel pretty good about that. Again, I'm not saying it's a definite he would pitch in a Game 6. And then again, we might not ever get to a Game 6. You don't know that either yet. Yeah, but I would tend to think, in just talking to Mike and Bud Black, that they're thinking, hey, we need him to make 2 starts in this series. As it turned out, you know, the best case scenario, he would have started tonight, but that was impossible. But with that said, I think that's why you would see him come back on short rest and pitch a Game 6 if it gets to that point.
Cool. And then I had one more question, and this is about the World Series tickets. I'm so confused as to this because I was down there last time to get tickets. I was there at 6 o'clock in the morning, waited, and could not get tickets because they sold out. And I'm really confused as to how they're going to set that up tomorrow because we're going to try to go down there in the morning. And they said that the cops are turning away. They're not letting people spend the night down there. But
right, there's no benefit to camp out overnight for this because it'll be a lottery. What's going to happen? The tickets will go on sale tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The box office will be open from 9 until 5:30. There at Edison Field, they're going to accept cash only, and fans will be limited to a maximum of 4 tickets per person. Now, what will happen is, beginning at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, numbered wristbands will be handed out to the people that start showing up around 7 a.m., and they will give out those numbered wristbands from 7 a.m. until 8:20, and then tomorrow morning at 8:30, a number will be randomly selected in a lottery drawing to determine the order of the ticket line.
So they're not doing 3 different colors, 4 different colors.
No. You're going to get a numbered wristband, and then at 8:30, as I mentioned, they will announce we're going to start selling tickets from whatever, number 24. If you're 24, you're first in line, and then, it'll go in progression, in other words.
Okay, and then just one other thing was they said last time that there was only like a certain amount of tickets that they could sell because I guess they sold 5,000 at the ESPN zone there in Anaheim.
Right.
And they also sold them.
Now the other thing, Jason, I'll tell you is that you can charge by phone tomorrow. You can call Ticketmaster. I'll give the number on the air here so everyone can jot it down. It's 714-663-9000, or you can also order those tickets depending on availability on the Angels website at www.angelsbaseball.com. And the other point I want to make here is the tickets will not be available through other Ticketmaster outlets, so you can't physically show up at a Ticketmaster location and try and get them. You can only get the Ticketmaster tickets over the telephone.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Thanks for straightening that out for me.
Okay.
And let's hope they pull it out tomorrow and try the series up.
You got it, Jace. Thanks for the call. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll get to more of your telephone calls on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. The number is 1-866-570-KLAC, 1-866-570-5522. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series goes to the Minnesota Twins, 2-1. The Angels tonight with no hits after the 4th inning of this ball game. Only 1 base runner after the 4th inning. Joe Mays allowed just 5 base runners in 8 innings. He retired the last 13 batters that he faced in order. We'll continue with more Angels Fan Wrap-Up here from the Metrodome in downtown Minneapolis on AM 570 KLAC.
AM 570 KLAC is proud to welcome Nissan and the Southern California Nissan dealers as an official broadcast sponsor of the Anaheim Angels. The 2002 Nissan vehicles are here, including the all-new Pathfinder with up to 240 horsepower, the new Frontier with a cargo-hungry crew cab long bed. Follow the Angels all the way to the championship right here on AM 570 KLAC, presented by Nissan and your Southern California Nissan dealers.
Hello, this is Elvis Minicamp, head of customer service for CalFed Bank, here to tell you about Power Days.
Power Days!
Is that really necessary?
Elvis, we've been over this. We need to give this commercial some punch.
Okay, Power Days.
Power Days!
Are paydays. Since it gets pretty busy, we get busy. Our tellers take lunch later, and everyone, including the branch manager, works to help you get through the line quicker.
Power Days! Paydays at CalFed!
I just don't get advertising.
Ooh, this just in.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Hey, man, it's Friday night. Where are we headed?
No. Where are you headed? Because I got a date tonight.
You have a date?
Yeah, and I think she's a star. I met her through Telechat dating services.
A dating service? What the hell is Telechat?
Telechat's a telephone and online dating service with over 150,000 members in Southern California. Membership's free, and so's the phone call. 866-474-1150. Telechat's going to hook you up with the lady you've been dreaming of, but you haven't found in the bars. Open up a voicemail box. It's free to listen to thousands of ads from great women with the same interests as you. Call toll-free, 866-474-1150. Or find your next date, lover, or wife on the Internet at www.telechat.com. You feeling me, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling you. Sounds like I need to get on the phone now so I'm not sitting home by myself tonight.
Call Telechat now at 1-866-474-1150 or log on at telechat.com. Try the new way to get fixed up. Call Telechat at 1-866-474-1150 today.
Eddie Guardado is going to be in there in that situation. I think that he has a lot of faith in Eddie. I think anyone would. He's an incredible pitcher. He does a great job. He pitches well in the clutch, and I wasn't surprised at all to see that. And I'm sure that Ron wants to get him out there as much as he can. And obviously, the way we're looking at it, we hope he's not out there as much as he can, because that's a lot of save situations for those guys.
That's Angels manager Mike Socia talking about Ron Gardenhire bringing in his closer Eddie Guardado in the ninth inning. Joe Mays was absolutely outstanding, had a limited number of pitches tonight. I think for the game, Mays threw 98 pitches and had 68 strikes, but it was Guardado who came in, worked the ninth, and as it turned out, retired 3 of the 4 batters, struck out a couple, and notched the save. We're going to head back to the busy phones here on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Our next call is Jeff in Tarzana. Jeff, Terry Smith with you. Good evening. How are you tonight?
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Hang on, Jeff.
Couple things here. I'm one of the Angels' biggest critics, but I have to admit this, Terry. At the start of the year, I told you, I'm an Indian fan, and you were telling me you were from Cleveland at the start of the year.
Well,
and
from Columbus.
Okay,
Columbus.
right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, close enough.
Okay,
2 hours away.
And I'm very surprised, but I got to give the Angels all the credit in the world for making it, to this far in the season. But I think Minnesota is going to beat them. I just have a feeling that the Twins and the Cardinals are 2 teams of destiny for the unfortunate deaths in the St. Louis organization of Jack Buck and Darryl Kyle, and a team that almost got extracted. But I have a question for you.
Sure.
And the Angel game tonight, Joe Mays pitched an outstanding game, and I watched Guardino, or however the gentleman pronounced his last name, against Oakland the other night.
Eddie Guardado.
Gave up 3 runs, and they barely hung up when they beat the A's 5-4. Doesn't the guy, and correct me if I'm wrong, had one of the lowest percentages of save percentages compared to a lot of other pitchers this year?
Well, all I can tell you as far as Eddie Guardado is concerned, he led the American League in saves. Now, I don't have in front of me his save percentage. I'd have to check that out.
I think
he led the league in saves. I mean,
yeah, but I think he blew 6 or 7 games too, though.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll get that number
before
the end of the show. Yeah.
The other thing is, in today's baseball, and you know this as well as I do, the complete game seems to be gone. Joe Mays pitched an outstanding game. If you were Rod Gardenheimer, would you have pulled him after not giving up a hit for that long a period of time?
Well, I guess my answer to you on that, Jeff, is I would do it the way I did it during the regular season. And, that's obviously the way Gardenhire did it. I mean, that's how guys get 45, 50 saves, 40 saves in a season because, no matter how well, other than a pitcher pitching a shutout, when you have the lead going to the ninth, you're going to bring that guy in to close it up for you, unless that guy isn't getting the job done. And when they get when you say 45 games in a season, I don't care if you blew 5 or 6 saves. That's a darn good year.
No,
that's
I'm not going to disagree with you, but I was thinking that Mays must have been under 90 pitches tonight.
No, he was. I mentioned that coming out of the break, he had 98 pitches tonight.
All right,
98.
okay.
Yeah.
It's not like.
And as far as Guardado here,
yeah,
he had 6 blown saves. His percentage this year was 88%. I mean, I think if you went to Las Vegas and somebody told you, you're going to win 88% of the time with your bets, you'd take that in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?
Oh, with my luck, I take it on one bet and that's it. But here's another thing. I don't understand the pitching matchups for Minnesota. I'm reading about Brad Radke, who has a 172 earned run average. I guess that would be lifetime, and he's the 4th pitcher. Usually in a 7-game series in the playoffs, usually go with 3 men, and I don't understand how they're doing this because it would seem that you would want Radke to pitch before the 4th game.
Well, Radke pitched in the final game for them on Sunday.
Right.
And they went with a 4-man rotation against Oakland, so it got them to where they are, and you know, they're not going to differ. I mean, they have 4 good start. You know, to me, if there was a weak link in their rotation going into tonight, it was Mays, just based on, you know, how he had pitched this year. Now, last year he was tremendous. This year he was hurt, and you know, he came into this game tonight in the regular season with a record of 4-8. So the other guys they have are pretty darn good starters. I mean, even though Rick Reed got knocked around by Oakland in their division series, he had a solid year for them. Eric Milton is a good, one of the best left-handed starters in the American League, and Radke, although he was injured a lot this season, when he's healthy, I mean, he's as I know, talking to Joe Madden before the game tonight, he thinks he's one of the best starters, period, in the American League. So their rotation's solid.
I'll tell you this, Terry. It's going to be one hell of a series, but I think the series will definitely get back to Minnesota, and I'm picking the Twins in 6 games.
All right. Well, we'll see how it plays out, Jeff. Appreciate the call. Thanks for calling in tonight. Let's go next up to Mel in Diamond Bar. Mel, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
Hi, Terry. How are you?
Good. How are you, Mel?
Okay. I'm glad to hear that Jeff and Tarzan have picked the Twins in 6 games. Now I know we can't lose the series because that's the same guy in April who asked the now infamous question of whether the Angels would lose more games than the Indians would win. And, gee, you know, they almost did that because the Indians didn't win very many games. But anyway, last time we spoke, if you remember, was towards the end of the season when the Angels had lost 4 straight games, and I told everybody to chill out and take a deep breath and take a step back, and that I guaranteed we would make the playoffs and be in New York last Tuesday night, and I guaranteed that we would acquit ourselves very well. I think that certainly happened, and you know how exciting and how exhilarating and how titillating it was last weekend. To be at the games, and the fan support was unbelievable. I mean, I've been highly critical of the Angels fans in the past, and in my judgment, rightfully so, but have to give credit where credit is due. I knew that they'd be out in force over the weekend, but I really didn't expect the noise level to be at the decibel it was from start to finish, and you know, I had a headache for about 36 hours starting on Sunday morning, but it was well worth it. And if I have another headache after next weekend for 36 hours and the results are the same,
hey, Mel, I know you follow the Angels a lot longer than me, but I will ask you this question. Don't you sense there were a number of things that changed for the better this year as far as the Anaheim Angels?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, the fans, like I said, I knew they would come out. I knew the game was going to be sold out, but I didn't expect the noise level from start to finish. And I think it'll be here again this weekend. It was just, I mean, absolutely titillating.
It was great.
I can't describe it. And as far as this series is concerned, I mean, you've heard me say many, many times that one game has no bearing on the next, and one series has no bearing on the next. You know, I remember, and I hope this is not going to be the case, but I remember the St. Louis Cardinals in the year 2000 scored about 20-some-odd runs against the Braves' vaunted pitching staff, and they swept them in 3 games in the NLDS, and then the Mets quieted the Cardinals in 5 games after that. But Minnesota is a good team. The Angels are a very, very good team. It's going to be a dogfight. I thought that Troy Gloss got his pitch on the one right before he struck out, and I agree with Steve Lyons that he just missed it. And I think Guardado is happy that he did miss it because I don't think he wanted to throw it where he did. As far as the comment about, you know, would you bring in Guardado to pitch the 9th inning? And Jeff is right about one thing. The game of baseball has certainly changed, and a manager would rather bring in their closer you know, one batter too early instead of one batter too late. And the only other thing, you know, I want to say that you commented on, and everybody knows I'm a very big Jared Washburn fan. I do agree with you that we should try to pitch him twice. Your point is well taken about bringing him back on 3 days rest for Game 6, if there is a Game 6. But, you know, your point about that he did win the game on 3 days rest Sunday, but he was very, very shaky. And if not for an outstanding catch by Garrett Anderson and a ball that Yankees third baseman, what the heck's his name? Robin Ventura hit that almost went out of here. We could have been in a big hole on Saturday, And I think Wash will be the first one to tell you that he really had nothing. In fact, he did say that after the game. So, but I do agree that you got to try and bring him back on 3 days rest in Game 6. And I also agree that they should hold him out until Friday, because I think he can use the extra day's rest. And Ramon deserves to start tomorrow, and let's see what happens. Let's go get him tomorrow. Thanks, Terry.
You got it, Mel. Hey, thanks for the telephone call. Let's go next to Arnold on a cell phone in Hermosa Beach. Arnold, Terry Smith with you on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Good evening.
Good evening, Terry.
Hey,
I'm
Arnold.
calling because I wanted to make the comment that as a New York Yankee fan, I know you're probably not going to get many of us out here. I have to applaud the effort that was put in by their opponents. Obviously, they outplayed them in almost every category. But, as a baseball fan, I do have a question to ask you. Don't you think Joe Torre left David Wells too long? Obviously, he was rattled by the error by Soriano, and he just did seem to have command of his pitches right after that.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could second guess that a little bit, but the only thing I'll tell you there, and again, I'm trying to refresh my memory as I speak as far as that game is concerned. Up until that point, David Wells was just cruising along. So, things unraveled quickly, and they just didn't have anybody ready in the bullpen. And if you remember, if my memory's right, Arnold, the Angels were getting like first pitch singles off of him left and right. I mean, it happened so fast that they just didn't have a chance to get anybody up fast enough. And by the time they did, they brought in Mendoza, and you saw what happened when he came in. I mean, the first two batters he faced, he gave up a couple hits, and then Joe took him out and brought in El Duque. So it just unraveled so quickly. They didn't have anybody warmed up, nor should they have going into that inning, because David Wells was working with he had given up only one run to that point, was working with the lead. And as I mentioned, the Angels were just getting first pitch strikes left and right, and it just didn't allow the Yankees to really get much going in that bullpen to replace him. And, Wells had been such a money pitcher in the past for the Yankees. He had never lost a playoff game for the Yankees and had only lost one playoff game in his career going into that game. You always kind of think the guy's got one more in him, but I think what that series did expose as far as the Yankees is that, they have a lot of old arms now in Clemens and in Wells, and, they're saying El Duque's 32. He very well might be 38. Stanton's getting old. Pettit had injury problems this year. They're going to have to. Yeah, I mean, he was good down the stretch, but he certainly had a lot of ups and downs. So they got a lot of decisions to make. To me, in picking up Clemens' option at about whatever, I think it's around $14 million, and then he's saying now, well, if you pick up my option, I want you to guarantee me a following year. I mean, to commit whatever $25, $28 million to Roger Clemens over the next 2 years. I mean, I think you got to take a hard look at that. I don't think there's anybody in baseball that would even consider that other than the Yankees, and I think the Yankees are going to have to look long and hard whether or not they want to commit that much money to a 40-year-old pitcher who, granted, is a future Hall of Famer, but he's not pitching like a Hall of Famer anymore.
No, not anymore. The only other comment I did want to make also is that, thankfully, the Yankees have won a few championships, and the one thing I just want to say to the Angel fans is that you guys have two more big steps. So, I'm sure it was sweet for the Angel fans to taste victory against the Yankees, but it's still a long ways to go, and you got two tough opponents coming up. Right after the Twins.
Yeah, I know the fans, and we heard from a couple already tonight how excited they were by that series. But as far as the Angels players, I mean, the only focus they have right now is Minnesota. So I don't detect that the Angels players are thinking just because they beat the Yankees that that's going to make this a great season. I think they still feel that they have a lot more that they can accomplish, and hopefully that's what we're going to see. Arnold, appreciate the telephone call from Hermosa Beach. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll get to more of your calls on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. Game 1 of the American League Championship Series goes to the Twins tonight, 2-1. The Angels checked on only 4 hits, all singles. And the Angels did not have a hit tonight after the fourth inning as Joe Mays, outstanding, retired the last 13 batters in a row that he faced and allowed only 5 base runners in 8 innings. Did not walk a batter tonight. He was just brilliant. We'll be back with more in just a moment. Angels fan wrap-up from the Metrodome in Minneapolis on AM 570 KLAC.
And now 60 Seconds with Bill Walton.
This West Coast team is dominating the competition. Their fan support has reached mythical proportions. You know who I'm talking about. It's Cerritos Infiniti. They're the fastest-growing Infiniti dealership on the West Coast with one of the country's largest selections of G35s and QX4s. Cerritos Infiniti is where I got my QX4, and I absolutely love it. Whether I'm loading up the bicycles or the kayaks, its power and luxury are unmatched. And right now, Cerritos Infiniti is offering the QX4 with 0.9% APR short-term financing on approved credit. And you should see the all-new G35. Its 260-horsepower V6 outperforms the competition, just like Cerritos Infiniti, with one of the largest inventories of G35s in the country. Let Cerritos Infiniti earn your business. They're in the Cerritos Auto Square, just off the 605 freeway at the South Street exit. Or visit CerritosInfiniti.com. Tell them Bill Walton sent you.
You've been hearing about the importance of getting a full body scan? Well, here's a special offer. West Coast Radiology Center will give you a full body scan, including consultation with a doctor, for only $650. This is a rapid and painless tool for the early detection of disease. A body scan from West Coast Radiology Center can uncover hidden problems before symptoms are noticeable. Early screening empowers you and your physician to initiate proactive treatments to cure disease in its infancy. A full body scan can catch coronary heart disease, detect lung cancer in its earliest stages, and accurately detect many other diseases. Call now for your full body scan for only $650 from West Coast Radiology Center in Orange County. 866-599-5669. That's 866-599-5669. This offer expires October 31st. A full body scan for just $650. Do it for you, do it for your family. That number once again is 866-599-5669.
It's a long series. We just played a shorter series and lost the first game and came back. So, we'll turn the page and come out tomorrow, and we're going to have to obviously do a little more on the offensive side to pressure these guys. But we've always responded well from a tough loss and come out and play a good game. I'm sure the same will be tomorrow.
Some post-game comments from Angels manager Mike Socia. It was Minnesota beating the Angels tonight 2-1 in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. Back to the phones we go. Here's Mike in San Bernardino. Mike, welcome to Angels Fan Wrap-Up with Terry Smith. Good evening.
How you doing, Terry?
Good. How are you, Mike?
Good. I just had a couple of quick questions.
Sure.
First of all, whatever happened to Scott Shields?
He's on the playoff roster. There just hasn't been a need right now to pitch him. He's considered a long reliever right now, and we just haven't gotten to that stage.
Okay, and the other question I had was about Francisco Rodriguez.
Sure.
I guess what they're doing is they're grooming him to be the setup guy and then eventually take over for Troy Percival.
Well, if there's a master plan, I think you hit on it. That's what the Angels would like to do. It's kind of like when let's see, when the Yankees went with all of a sudden Rivera. When Rivera was he was brought up and he set up John Wetland. They went that route there, and I think the Angels kind of envision doing something similar like that.
Well, I have another question about that. I've seen he throws like about 3 or 4 different pitches, and he has like excellent command on all of his pitches. And I know he was a starter early in his career. Now,
right.
What do you think would be better for him, to be as a closer, or like I could see him being like a number 1 Pedro Martinez type starting pitcher?
Well, the reason, Mike, that the Angels shifted him to the bullpen this year, and he began the year in Double-A at Arkansas, was because he missed a lot of last season. He's a young guy, and he's already had some elbow problems. So I think the Angels felt that the quickest way for him to get to the big leagues and also, maybe take a little pressure off of his arm was to put him in relief. And And I don't think right now that there's any thought to returning him back to a starter. The Angels have some good young starters, in the minors right now. So I think they fully expect Frankie Rodriguez to stay in the pen and, groom him to be a closer down the road. But in the meantime, the next few years, utilize him as a setup man and kind of turn the game into a 7-inning game where you're only really expecting to get 7 out of your starters. You could go to Frankie in the 8th, and then, of course, Troy would be the guy that you bring in to pitch the 9th inning to try and close up ball games.
Okay, well, I guess you answered my question there.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
All right, Mike, thanks for the telephone call. When we get back, we're going to take more of your calls here in our final segment. If you'd like to join us on Angels Fan Wrap-Up, we do have a line open at 1-866-570-KLAC. That's 1-866-570-5522. Tomorrow night, it'll be Ramon Ortiz pitching for the Halos in Game 2 of the American League Championship Series. Ramon, this season against Minnesota, 0-1 with a 6.14 ERA. He gave up 5 earned runs in 7 1/3 innings in his only start against them. Lifetime 1-2, 6.21 ERA in 5 starts against the Twins, and his record in 2 career starts here at the Metrodome, not good. No wins, 1 loss, an ERA of 8.38 here in the Metrodome. So Ortiz certainly on the spot after that shaky outing in his first start of the playoffs against the Yankees. More Angels Fan Wrap-Up, 1-866-570-KLAC if you'd like to join us on AM 570 KLAC.
Cerritos Hummer GMC congratulates the Angels and their fans for all the success this season. Cerritos Hummer GMC invites you down to their showroom to see the all-new H2 model Hummer, starting at only $48,800. Experience 0% APR financing for 60 months on select 2003 GMC, Buick, and Pontiacs. $1667 per month for 1,000 finance. Special finance rate in lieu of rebate. Requires above-average credit. Cerritos Hummer in the Cerritos Auto Square, corner of Studebaker and 183rd. A division of Cerritos Pontiac Buick GMC. Call now. 888-237-1143. Hey, Angels fans, there's no better way to keep up with your favorite baseball team than logging on to www.angelsbaseball.com. The Angels website has been completely redesigned. It's loaded with all the latest news, notes, stats, and stories. You can order tickets, look back at Angels history, or even listen to the game. Explore the Angels message board or chat with other fans. It's just a click away. Stay in touch with the Angels at www.angelsbaseball.com.
Do you ever get the feeling you've misplaced your memory and you can't remember where you put it? I'm Dr. Kyle Smith. A poor memory can be embarrassing. In business, it can cost you money. I've spent my career studying brain function, and I've created an amazingly effective supplement called Focus Factor. It's a unique supplement that enhances your natural brain chemistry to improve memory, focus, and concentration. In just a few days, you'll actually feel it working. You'll absorb the information in books like a sponge. You'll be able to recall facts, figures, and names more easily. You'll feel more alert, more focused, and on task. Focus Factor has been a huge success for kids, teens, adults, and seniors, and now you can try it yourself with absolutely no risk.
Ask how you can get a free 30-day supply of Focus Factor with your order. Call 1-800-307-3252. That's 1-800-307-3252. Money back guarantee. Again, it's 1-800-307-3252.
This is AM 570 KLAC.
Great atmosphere. I think the place had a lot of electricity in it. I think obviously the fans were into it. They looked like they were reacting to every pitch, and that's I think it's a great playoff atmosphere. We didn't have any problems tonight with any balls that went up, but I wish they weren't cheering as much, tonight. That means we would have done a little better. But I thought it was a great atmosphere, we'll come out tomorrow and hopefully get done a little better than tonight.
Some comments from Angels manager Mike Socia on the crowd, the atmosphere here at the Metrodome. They had the Homer Hankies out tonight in force, and they also had better than 55,000 on hand. Standing room only for Game 1 of the American League Championship Series. Let's go back to the phones. Here's Yankee Adam from Glendora. This is Terry Smith with you, Yankee Adam, on Angels Fan Wrap-Up. No Yankee Adam. All right. Are we going to move along, Frank, or what do we have? Okay, DC, I think that's going to do it then. Yankee Adam is gone, and that means we're going to wrap up this edition of Angels Fan Wrap-Up. We want to remind you that our next program is going to be tomorrow evening following Game 2 of the Angels series against the Twins here, the ALCS. Jeff Witcher will be filling in for yours truly. We'll have a travel day back to Anaheim, and we'll be leaving right after the ball game to head back to Southern California. You can join Rory Marcus tomorrow afternoon at 4 o'clock for Down in the Dugout, and then we will have Angels warm-up for you at 4:30. First pitch tomorrow right around 5:19 Pacific time. For Frank Laffarelli and Darren Chand, Terry Smith saying thanks so much for listening. And the final score tonight in Game 1 of the American League Championship Series, it was the Twins over the Angels 2-1. Thanks for listening tonight to Angels Fan Wrap-Up on AM 570 KLAC.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Breaking ball! Whacked into right field!
Let the rally begin.
There goes Erstad. Salmon hits a shot down the third base line. It scores Kennedy.
Halo power.
Here it comes from Rodriguez. Slider, got him looking. Strike 3.
The radio home of Anaheim Angels on AM 570 KLAC.